orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate as second reading on Bill C-18, Canada-United Kingdom Trade Continuity Agreement Implementation Act. In the name of the Minister of Small Business. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure for me today to speak to Bill C-18. At the outset, I'd like to announce that I'll be focusing on two aspects of the passage of this bill. The first being the way in which the work of the Standing Committee on International Trade has proceeded in relation to the passage of this bill, which is to bring into force the Canada-UK Trade Continuity Agreement. The second part of my speech will focus on the more historical aspect of this new temporary treaty and the impact it may have on the fear-mongering that separatists are generally served up when it comes time to talk about Quebec and how it will conduct future negotiations in the context of it becoming independent. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I had the opportunity on several occasions to hear my colleagues discuss how MPs have been brought up to date on the outcome of the talks that have taken place between the UK and Canadian negotiators. In the words of my honourable colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, MPs were unwillingly the actors of a theatre of absurdity in which members of Parliament had to question witnesses in committee without having seen the text of the agreement. I've heard from the other side of the House some strange responses to the complaints to this effect from MPs to the left of the Speaker. I heard that the complaints about the way MPs have been kept in the shadows are futile, even petty politics, because ultimately both the Conservatives and the Bloc Québécois intend to vote in favour of the agreement and the bill to implement it. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, our government colleagues are confusing two completely different concepts, what the result will be and how we get there. I'll give you an example. Let's say I have to deliver a package somewhere at a specific time. I may leave with the package late, drive 100 miles an hour, pass cars, cut them off, burn red lights, but still arrive at the time in question with the package in good condition and deliver it as if nothing had happened. In this case, the final result is achieved, but the way to get there is doubtful, to say the least. On the other hand, I could have left home on time, driven within the speed limit, still have taken the wrong road, had to turn back and run into traffic, and finally arrived late with the package. In either case, the quality of the result is no guarantee of the quality of the way in which it was arrived at. And by comparison, one can agree with the content of the agreement and the bill that implements it, while still being legitimate to criticize the way in which MPs were made aware of its contents. A very concrete example of the situation, MPs were told on several occasions that it wasn't serious if they didn't see the content of the deal, since it was only intended to be transitional in any case and to provide a bridge between the old agreement with the EU and a new agreement to be renegotiated with the UK. If MPs had been able to see the contents of the deal, they could have seen that there was indeed a missing deadline clause, a deadline by which the two countries would have to reach a final agreement. In fact, this clause, which crystallizes that the agreement before us is indeed only transitional, does not exist in the text. There's an obligation to negotiate within a certain period of time, but no requirement to have succeeded within that certain period of time. In short, it's regrettable that MPs were so overlooked that the Standing Committee on International Trade received the text of the agreement on the very day it was due to deliver its report and recommendations on whether or not to approve the contents. If there's a lesson to be learned from this exercise, it's that future negotiations for a final agreement not only could but should be more transparent, not only to MPs, but also to all those on whom the agreement will have an impact, just as was done in the CETA negotiations in the past, when both EU members and the provinces were invited to at least express their positions and demands in relation to the upcoming deal. As for the deal itself, it's worth noting that the British had the courtesy to at least admit that negotiations were late at just the very last minute, which the Canadian government is still trying to deny. On the second part of my presentation, the question of Quebec independence, we have to remember how much scaremongering has been done when it comes time to discuss the future of an independent Quebec and the negotiations that will necessarily have to take place with other countries. The Brexit negotiations draw an interesting parallel with the situation that will prevail in the aftermath of a winning referendum. Indeed, the European Union is a customs union that provides for the free circulation of goods and services within Europe, with consistent, uniform rules in its trade relations with the rest of the world. Member countries of the EU do not negotiate their agreements directly with other non-member countries. It's the EU that does so on their behalf, just as it is Canada that negotiates in international treaties with other countries on Quebec's behalf and on behalf of the provinces. Thus, a Quebec that leaves Canada would do so in the same way that the UK left the European Union, by ceasing to be a party to the deals that bound it as a member of the European Union, and now seeking to be bound by new agreements as an independent actor, while in the meantime going through transitional agreements. On the eve of the 1995 referendum, the Federalists had raised the scarecrow that an independent Quebec would go through a great period of uncertainty and economic earthquakes, since without deals with other countries, it would undeniably enter a period of a black hole, a legal vacuum with no trading partner with whom to dance, as if all markets would close around it on day one of winning referendum, and nothing would remain for it of the agreements binding Canada. To counter that argument, Professor Daniel Turp argued that at the time that matters in a treaty, countries apply a presumption of continuity. Thus, a new country emerging in the concert of nations would have a bridge to the trading partners of the country from which it would secede while negotiating a new deal. However, Professor Turp's demonstration at the time was only valid for multilateral treaties, which already included several players, and another one would be added, a new player, and the demonstration was still to be made in the case of bilateral treaties that remain to be demonstrated. Through Brexit, the United Kingdom complements Professor Turp's exercise of analysis with respect to trade deals, not only theoretically, but in a very concrete and real sense. Setting aside the issues of the lack of transparency and last-minute work that I mentioned in the first part of my speech, it must be admitted that the exercise is nonetheless going relatively smoothly. The interim agreement that's about to be ratified allows the status quo to be maintained and ensures that trade does not experience jolts and uncertainty while awaiting the negotiation of a final agreement. While Brexit puts a nail in the coffin of the Federalist argument that an independent Quebec would face terrible economic uncertainty in the wake of a winning referendum, it's still interesting to note how Brexit itself is now being used by some for Federalist fear-mongering around Quebec's desire for independence. Former Conservative Minister Michael Fortier, who recently became a columnist for La Presse, wrote in his first column under the following title, A Taste of Quexit. In his article, Mr. Fortier painted a bleak picture of the negotiations between the United Kingdom and the European Union in the context of exit treaty negotiations. He mentions a treaty that was also negotiated at the last minute with several of its essential elements, notably financial services, still to be clarified. Fortier says the British still have a poor understanding of what their government negotiated. Reading the article, one is almost led to believe that the British will one day regret having voted in favor of Brexit. In talking to various actors who are well aware of what's going on in the UK, I asked them if they also paint the same bleak picture of Brexit and whether the British might eventually come to regret their decision to leave the European Union. The answer was interesting. The answer was interesting for an independentist. While financial services, which are one of the main, if not the main export of the UK, they are still not the subject of a formal agreement. But the uncertainty about their fate has not caused bankers to flee London and the city in droves, as some of the catastrophic scenarios foretold. As for the people who voted in favor of Brexit, it would be strange if they came to regret their choice one day, since with their vote they got what they wanted, one of those things being the possibility of better controlling their borders, a power that is currently rather lacking in Quebec in the context of COVID. In short, if the negotiations around Brexit in general and a future final agreement between the UK and Canada in a more specific way continue to interest parliamentarians in this House, the members of the bloc will be even more attentive, seeing in this a general picture of what awaits Quebec one day, and which, despite a few jolts and a few imperfections, seems a much less catastrophic scenario than what some predicted. In any case, what Quebec will be able to retain from this exercise is the importance of diligence and transparency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, my esteemed colleague, for the quality of her speech. I agree with some of the things she said, but not all. But we have freedom of speech. It goes to the heart of our democracy, and we're entitled to have differing opinions. So we've been talking about free trade, international trade. And remember that under Brian Mulroney, when he was Prime Minister of Canada, Canada entered into the free trade deal with the U.S., which opened the doors to a huge market. And that was a success, largely thanks to the support of Quebecers. Many Quebecers who, including separatists, whether it was Bernard Landry or Jacques Parizeau, those Quebecers were in favor of a free trade deal with the U.S., and that opened the door, that paved the way for many more international trade deals. So it's important to remember that even if we don't have the same vision of the future of Canada or Quebec, we do have unity around free trade, and we need to keep that up. My question for the member is, she talked about the possibility of an independent Quebec being able to proceed without too much economic uncertainty or turmoil. Remember, the former Quebec Premier, an independentist, Pauline Marois, said that independence could lead to 5 years of economic turbulence. I'm not the one who said it. It was Pauline Marois, the separatist Premier. What does my colleague have to say about that? The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, I'm a bit surprised to hear my colleagues say that things would change overnight if there was a winning referendum. The point to take from all this is that we're talking about minor turbulence, not major upheaval. People were expecting an exodus of bankers from London after Brexit, and the numbers have not borne that out. Far fewer bankers have left London than was predicted. And things haven't fallen apart. The sky hasn't fallen in the UK, and I think we should keep our distance from these disaster scenarios. But of course, there would be some disruption. Questions and comments?
For Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with a lot of the sentiments raised by the Conservative colleague in his question. And I just want to pick up on that discussion that went back and forth between him and our honourable colleague who just spoke a few minutes ago. She at least seems to be acknowledging that there would be some disruption. She said it was minor. As the Conservative member pointed out, other people say it would be perhaps more than that, 5 years worth. So can she define what she would consider to be minor? What is acceptable? What's an acceptable level of economic disruption for Quebec to as she's saying, seek that form of independence? What would be an acceptable amount? Rather than just saying minor, I'd like to quantify that.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. I don't really want to get into that exercise in the 30 seconds I have to answer. But given that Quebec secession shouldn't be based on the possibility of disruption, it should be based on a lot of other things, including border control and protecting supply management, which the Conservative governments and Liberal governments, one after the other, have done a bad job of protecting. So it's not just a mere matter of the economy. We have time for one last brief question. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to continue along those lines. What is the problem with an independent Quebec? Given that everything that the federal government already neglects, I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. The honourable member for Saint Jean. Once again, I think I could go on and on about supply management. That's a jewel in our crown. It allows for us to ensure that agriculture remains something that we're not willing to trade away. It's not a bargaining chip. Same thing for culture and for certain services that should not be traded away. And that's something that we can only do if we're an independent country in our relations with other countries.
Le temps absolument.
Right on time. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member from Sackville, Preston Chesapeake, for sharing his time with me today. It's an honour to rise today on behalf of the Green Party to speak to this Canada-UK Trade Continuity Agreement, or TCA. I want to recognize that I'm speaking today from the traditional unceded territory of the Nanaimo in Canada. During these trade negotiations, we must not forget about them. UK pensioners in other countries, including the US, receive annual rate increases tied to the rate of inflation. UK pensioners in Canada do not. This is unacceptable. We end up providing financial support for UK pensioners because of this discriminatory policy. Meanwhile, Canadian pensioners living in the UK receive annual rate increases. We need to demand the same for UK pensioners, and now is the time to do it. The Green Party supports fair and equitable international trade. We want to ensure that trade agreements have enforcement provisions to protect Indigenous rights, workers' rights, consumer, health, and environmental standards. We're opposed to any agreement that contains investor-state dispute settlement, or ISDS provisions. Trade agreements should not be corporate rights agreements in disguise. We oppose a regulatory race to the bottom. We want to ensure that people in the planet are put before corporate profits. That is the kind of fair trade we support. In February 2020, during the debate on CUSMA, the government made a commitment to be transparent and provide adequate support and notice for all new trade agreements. The government did not fulfill that commitment with this agreement. For decades, there has been demands for increased transparency on how trade agreements are negotiated. I have followed trade agreement debates for many years. It doesn't matter which party is in power, the opposition always complains that there is not enough transparency in the negotiations. That's why I tabled a private member's bill, the Trade and Foreign Investment Agreements Transparency Act, which is modeled on the European Union's process of transparent trade negotiations. The purpose of the Act is to create a transparent consultation and assessment process to ensure that Canada's trade and foreign investment agreements reflect the values and interests of Canada as a whole, take into account the perspectives of various groups, including local communities, civil society organizations, and Indigenous peoples, promote sustainable development and respect for the environment, and adhere to the principles of economic fairness, social justice, and internationally recognized human rights. We need this kind of legislation in Canada to ensure a transparent process. The TC is a transitional trade agreement that replicates the Canada-EU Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, or CETA. The TCA has no end date or sunset clause. If negotiations for this new agreement fail, the TCA could become permanent and bring the worst parts of CETA into our new trade relationship with the UK. This is not something that we can allow to happen. The stakeholder consultations that occurred for the TCA are completely inadequate for a permanent agreement. The international trade and investment agreements that Canada has signed affect all Canadians, all Canadian businesses, and all levels of government. They affect how we govern ourselves, all the way down to the local level. This is especially true of the CETA and now the Canada-UK TCA. The rules in CETA have the potential to affect public procurement at all levels of government. For projects above a certain budget level, CETA prohibits the favoring of local bids, applying local content or hiring quotas, or setting aside contracts for small and medium-sized enterprises or minority-owned businesses. CETA could affect Indigenous rights and Indigenous control over traditional lands when those lands are targeted by foreign resource extraction companies. Public services supplied on a commercial basis are automatically included under CETA unless they have been expressly excluded. This limits the government's ability to regulate foreign service providers. If government wants to provide public services or return a previously privatized service to the public sector, they will be open to challenges from foreign investors. Canada's free trade agreements have hollowed out our manufacturing base. We focus on ripping and shipping raw resources, raw bitumen, raw logs, and raw minerals instead of prioritizing value-added domestic manufacturing and using our resources to maximize employment and diversify our economy. We're vulnerable to fluctuations in commodity prices for raw resources. The downturn in oil prices and the cancellation of the Keystone XL pipeline are both perfect examples of this vulnerability. Canada's trade deficit with the EU has increased under CETA. EU companies have an easier time exporting to Canada than Canadian companies have exporting to the EU. A 2019 study shows that the only exports to the EU that have increased are fossil fuels and raw minerals. So CETA hurts value-added industries and benefits rip and ship resource extraction. Canada made major concessions on intellectual property that hurt our pharmaceutical industry. Under CETA, Canada was forced to give drug companies patent extensions for innovative drugs. The EU was not bound by the same rules. How has the CETA agreement helped us procure vaccines for COVID-19? The EU is threatening to block exports of vaccines to Canada until they have enough supply for their own citizens. If we still had a robust pharmaceutical industry in Canada, we wouldn't be in this position. Canada is one of the most open countries for trade and foreign direct investment. There have been more investor-state challenges against Canada than against any other country in the OECD. This is not a record to brag about. We give far too much power to foreign investors. Foreign investment is destroying home affordability. Foreign investment in long-term care homes has resulted in seniors living in horrendous conditions. Foreign investors have ripped and shipped resources from this country and left an environmental mess for taxpayers to clean up. The ISDS provisions in the CETA agreement have been suspended for 3 years with the TCA. Why weren't these provisions completely removed? Do we not trust our justice system to make fair rulings when corporations feel that they're being treated unfairly? There is no justification for a private tribunal system to deal with trade disputes between our two countries. The TC actually states that if we haven't agreed to a new investor-state provision in the 3 years, then the CETA ISDS rules apply. We need to remove ISDS permanently from this agreement and from all our trade agreements. The pandemic has made it clear that we need to support our local supply chains. We've seen how the hollowing out of our manufacturing base and the offshoring of jobs has left us short on personal protective equipment. Greens are particularly concerned about protecting our food supply chain. This makes sense for food security, and it also makes sense for lowering the carbon footprint of the food we consume. Canada has vast areas of farmland and is a net exporter of food, but we have become too specialized and too dependent on imports of food that can be produced right here. Since the CETA provisional agreement came into force, the agricultural sector has lost 10% of its exports to Europe, while imports from the EU have increased by 10%. The CETA, along with other trade agreements, has undermined our supply management system, which provides stability for farmers. We need enforceable labor and environmental standards in trade agreements. The labor provisions in CETA are not enforceable, and the compliance mechanism is non-binding. The environmental provisions are weak, with no concrete obligations. The CETA does not protect regulations to address climate change and leaves climate action on the part of the government subject to investor challenges through the ISDS provisions. This is unacceptable to the Green Party. We would hate to see the UK's climate accountability laws attacked by Canadian corporations using ISDS provisions. Since 2008, the UK has had a real climate accountability law with 5-year increments set to carbon budgets. The UK has currently reduced greenhouse gas emissions 40% below 1990 levels, with a target to be 69% below 1990 levels by 2030. Pathetically, Canada has increased its greenhouse gas emissions by 21% above 1990 levels. This is one area where I would love to see Canada adopt UK standards. In closing, the CETA was disappointing, and so is the Canada-UK TCA. Canadian governments need to do a better job of putting the interests of Canadians ahead of large corporations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his intervention. He made a lot of great claims and issues that I think are very important and we should be listening to. One of the things, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask my colleague is, and highlight it, about the pensions that the people from the UK that came to Canada collecting UK pensions will not get any kind of increases that the UK gets, and yet Canadians living in the UK get that. So this could be very, very costly to Canada by we're actually subsidizing the people from UK on some of our programs because of their low rates, and they're not keeping up with the cost of inflation. So does he agree that this should be looked into, and the government should be taking a serious approach on this, because this is not free a free trade at all. This is something that has to be looked into.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, I'd like to agree with the member from Hamilton Mountain. This is an egregious situation for pensioners here in Canada who are not getting indexed increases to their pension. And this has to stop, and the government needs to take this opportunity when they're negotiating with the UK for a trade agreement that this ends. You know, the US allows indexing. They have an agreement with the UK for index increases, a whole bunch of other countries. But here we are, a Commonwealth country, and we are being abused by the UK. Where is the allyship in that? It needs to end.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Green Party needs to acknowledge that Canada is, in fact, a trading nation. We need trade. It's critical to our economy and supporting our middle class and so forth. If we take a look at the trade agreements that we've achieved in the last 5 years, it has been significant. At the same time, our employment prior to the pandemic grew to just over 1 million people, well over, I should say, 1 million people, most of which are full-time. The Green Party always votes as in opposition of all trade agreements. Can the member indicate any trade agreement that the Green Party has ever supported? Why doesn't the Green Party recognize the true value of trade and how Canada has benefited by it over the years? That's a reality.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question, and he's got a very short memory because the Green Party caucus voted for the CUSMA agreement. We voted for it because the ISDS provisions were removed. It took away the corporate rights agreement, part of that agreement. The proportionality clause about exporting oil was taken out of that agreement. So, you know, we're looking for fair trade. We're looking for trade that protects the rights of workers, protects the environment, protects the health and safety standards and consumer standards that we hold dear. We want to see regulatory levels go up, not down, not a race to the bottom. And we want to see, you know, measurements like the genuine progress indicator when we measure how well we're doing with trade. So we consider things like health and the economy and social good and the environment, rather than just how much we rip and ship raw resources for export from this country.
We have time for one more question and response. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. Actually, I agree with quite a number of them. In fact, with the CETA agreement, there were many components to which the NDP were concerned about. The investor-state dispute settlement provisions were certainly one of them. The issue around the increased cost in drugs related to the additional patent protection for pharmaceuticals was another. Restrictions on local content provisions for subnational procurement initiatives was a third element. And then, of course, the concessions resulting in the lost market share for Canadian dairy products were also a component to which we were very concerned about. These are just some highlights. So the real question is, why would the government proceed with this transitional agreement without a sunset clause?
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
That's a really good question, and it's something that we're concerned about as well, because this should have a termination on it. We should be negotiating a fair and equitable trade agreement, and we should be dealing with all of those issues that I outlined in my speech and you outlined in your question. We need to ensure that we protect our manufacturing base, that we stop hollowing out our manufacturing base. We've seen what this has done with our pharmaceutical industry. We've seen that we've become too dependent on the export of raw resources like raw bitumen through pipelines. And when the price of oil changes, when a pipeline project is canceled, that it affects our economy in a detrimental way. So we need to really examine how we do trade properly and take into consideration a long list of other things aside from corporate profits.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and once again, very happy to be able to deliver a speech.
Interrupt the Parliamentary Secretary there momentarily. If he could maybe just lower the boom on his headset there, I think we'd have a better audio, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary would work well in the theatre industry, how quickly he can make those changes and get ready for being on stage. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the comments, and always happy to speak in the House of Commons, even if it's virtually. And as you know, I'm from Nova Scotia. My riding of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake is a riding that's quite diverse. We have a very strong Black community. We have a strong Acadian community, fishing community, agricultural community. We're in the outskirts of the big city of Halifax and Dartmouth, of course. A beautiful place to visit, lots of tourism. So trade deals are extremely important to Canada, but it's also very important to Nova Scotia and my riding, of course. And when you talk about trade deals, it's really new opportunities that you're opening up. You're having access to more people, more goods, which is extremely important. And as you know, we've had a number of successful trade deals in the last 5 years since our government has been in government. And by that, I mean we've signed off on the CUSMA deal, which was the Canada, U.S., and Mexico deal. Then we signed off as well on the CPTPP, and then the CETA, which is a European Union. And now we'll be talking, of course, about this trade deal today with the UK. When it comes to the CUSMA deal, since 1993, Canada and U.S. goods have doubled in trade, which is very, very impressive. And with Mexico, 9 times the amount it was prior to 1993. And no one can forget that when we were negotiating CUSMA, the president of the United States of the day, which was, of course, Trump, it was very, very tough, to say the least. Of course, he wanted NAFTA out, and he wanted a new trade deal, and he had all kinds of demands. And you know the demands he had. He was tweeting out in the morning, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, there will be no deal unless Canada removes the supply management. Mr. Speaker, Canada won. We did not remove or end supply management. Then he was tweeting out again, but we have to end Chapter 19, dispute resolution. We don't want international judges. We want Americans. Of course, that was unacceptable to Canada. Did Trump win? No. Did Canada win? Yes. Then he wanted the 5-year sunset clause removed. so that if you didn't renegotiate every 5 years, it was dead. And he was pushing for that as well, and he was unsuccessful. So we had a great deal, and our government did an awesome job in that area. When it came to the CPTT deal, very important, of course, with the Trade-Pacific Partnership, we, of course, seen lower tariffs to no tariffs for Canadians in many areas. And this means great jobs and opportunities for our companies. And we see the duty-free up to 99%, which is just amazing considering where we were before. And in the first year since we signed that deal, our two-way trade is $45+ billion, which is 3.36% increase on frozen and fresh beef. Alone was a growth of removing tariffs of up to 143% with Japan. So we've seen in Japan 5% on certain ones down to zero, New Zealand down to zero, Vietnam, where we had 34%, was also dropped to zero as well. So, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, as you can tell, very successful deal. Now let's go down to CETA, because CETA is going to bridge, if you want, with the UK. So this deal, of course, was with the European Union, and prior to the deal, the goods, only 25%, Mr. Speaker, was duty-free. Today, 98% is duty-free, and in 7 years, 99% will be duty-free with some removals as well. So the CETA was allowing us the best market access to the European Union. It boosted Canada's trade, of course, and allowed us to have access to over 500 million people and lots of opportunities. In Nova Scotia, 98% duty-free in our trades, of course, that we did with them. And we used to have, of course, on seafood, 11 to 25%. 11 to 25% was a tariff. That was removed. That's allowing Nova Scotians and the food industry, some of the agriculture, the manufacturing, the seafood, the fish, all successes through this new deal, CETA, which eliminated 96% of the tariffs that were in place. Now, of course, today we're talking about the departure of the UK from the European Union. And this is a crucial one because, as you know, we wanted to avoid disruption. So this is a trade continuity agreement. In fact, in November, Minister Ng and her UK counterpart announced a successful conclusion of this trade continuity agreement, which is an interim deal, of course. But what it does, which is crucial, it preserves the main benefit of CETA, including, of course, the elimination of 98% tariffs. Again, very successful. It's bridging between the CETA and this continuity deal, which is so important for Canada. And it maintains, of course, our preferential access, and it also bridges to this deal, as I've mentioned on a few occasions. The relationship, we had to do this quickly, and January 1st, 2021, we've seen CETA no longer apply to the UK, and with Canada-UK is the largest merchandise export market in Europe in 2019. So the largest merchandise export on a two-way merchandise trade, it's worth $29 billion just in 2019. And it's also the fifth largest partner next, of course, to the UK, to China, to Mexico, and to Japan. But beyond that, our relationship even goes further, of course, because we have a long and lasting relationship at peace, and we fought together, of course, in both world wars. So a long-standing relationship with the United Kingdom for a long, long time. With this deal, of course, we're going to see opportunities again for agriculture, fish and seafood exports. We're going to see opportunities in service and supplies, which will guarantee access to Canadian supplies to $188 billion worth of UK procurement. So having access to their procurement would be a very important part. Of course, we've entered negotiation, and the objective is as soon as we rectify this interim deal, if you want, we have 1 year to begin negotiations. And the goal, of course, is a new bilateral trade agreement within the next 3 years. And our government will work hard again, once again, to ensure high standards and an ambitious agreement, which will also focus on on the environment, will focus on women, will focus on small business, will focus on digital as well, which are very important pieces of our trade deals, past and future. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that this trade deal, interim trade deal, is an opportunity for our exports. It's an opportunity for our services. It's given us access to their procurement, which is $188 billion. And it ensures high standards for labor, environment, dispute resolution, and it's also a commitment for subsequent negotiation. Madam Speaker, this is a great deal, and we're moving forward, and we're very pleased to move forward on this as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Regina Lubin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member opposite speech. But I couldn't help but notice that he said this deal had to be rushed because the timing was so important. My question would be, why would you have to rush the deal? It seems like the Liberals never take action until it's in crisis mode. So why wasn't this deal worked on for months, if not years prior, instead of at the 12th hour doing what Liberals always do and then creating their own chaos and having the deal rushed through that we never have time to properly scrutinize?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. He has to realize, of course, that trade deals take time to negotiate it. Of course, the UK had to work their way through the CETA agreement with the European Union, and we have been in conversations with them now for quite a long time. This deal is bridging us to future negotiations where we will have a much more comprehensive deal. But this is answering to the ensuring, if you want, the predictability and the stability that is needed to move forward as of day one on January 1st. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wonder if my colleague could comment on the fact that this was a real opportunity for Canada to do some actual interim measures. There's nothing, first of all, in the agreement that says it's interim. It could end up being permanent. And we're dealing with one country only. And it's already been mentioned, but I want to mention it again. Why did we not take advantage of this to get agreement on reciprocity, on increases in pensions for UK pensioners in Canada, just as Canadian pensioners in the UK get a full increase in index pensions as well. Can they explain why that was not done and why couldn't it be done?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
I thank my colleague, Mr. Speaker, for his important question. And he has to realize that this is not the comprehensive agreement. That is what is coming that will follow. And to his question of this could be the deal, absolutely not. It's agreed upon that in 1 year, they have 1 year from the passing ratification of this deal to begin official negotiation on the comprehensive deal, with the goal, of course, of achieving this within the next 3 years. And I'm convinced, because of the relationship that I shared earlier throughout my speech between Canada and the United Kingdom, that they will arrive at a good conclusion, which will be good for the UK, but will be very good for Canada, for the Canadian business community, for individual having access, etc., etc. Thank you.
Nous avons le temps.
We have the time for a third question. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear my colleague. He spoke a lot about resources, fisheries in his speech, but a sector that is unique to Quebec and often neglected in the last few agreements is supply management and the breaches in the last 3 trade agreements. There have been breaches opened. Yes, producers are being compensated, but it will never make up for everything they lost in those agreements. So I'd like to hear from my colleague what could be done, perhaps, to support C-216 by my colleague, the member for Berthier-Masquis-Nanger, to avoid further incursions into supply management. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. It's a very important one. I can assure her that agriculture is part of these negotiations. It will be part of more comprehensive negotiations that will occur. Supply management is extremely important to Canada, as she knows full well, and we want to ensure supply management in all agreements. Changes had to be made, and some compensation had to be provided to certain sectors, but this time nothing was given. I am confident that we have an agreement that will take nothing away from this sector.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honour to be able to enter into debate on Bill C-16. Certainly, trade agreements is such an important subject of debate within this House, and I'm glad that we have this opportunity to do so. Now, before I forget, I would like to let you know, Mr. Speaker, that I will be sharing my time with my friend from Regina, Louvain. And before I get into the substance of my speech, since I'm on my feet in this House, Mr. Speaker, I would just note that today is a day of remembrance for the tragic shooting that took place at a mosque in Quebec. And I think it is incumbent upon all of us to ensure that we take time today to consider the implications of hate. And likewise, 2 days ago, it was the International Holocaust Remembrance Day. 2 poignant days this week, reminding us all the tragic consequences of hate. Mr. Speaker, as we enter into debate on one of the constitutionally the very significant roles that this place plays, that is Canada's relationship with other global jurisdictions, and no more important is that relationship with Great Britain, with the United Kingdom. We share a governmental system. In fact, the opening lines of our Constitution refer to this government being one based in principle upon that of the Westminster system of governance. And certainly we share a lot of history and even the symbolism around this place, and many of our provincial flags represent that long shared history. And it is, as the United Kingdom has undertaken some pretty significant changes over the last number of years. We've seen with Brexit and the exit of the United Kingdom after a referendum from the European Union, and certainly the last year as they've negotiated the intricacies of that, bringing us to the point where we are here today debating a new trade agreement, or a continuity agreement, as a stopgap between the previous CETA and what we expect will be a more fulsome trade agreement in the coming years, and what the United Kingdom, acknowledging what the United Kingdom has gone through over the last year as well, both securing their trade agreements with many partners in Europe as they exited the European Union, but also around the world. Now, it is a little bit troubling, Mr. Speaker, to be honest with you, because we see in typical fashion of this government that and in fact in direct contradiction to commitments that they made in this place, that this process was brought forward at the 11th hour. Now, the parliamentary secretary that spoke before me made a statement that said trade deals take time. And yes, that's absolutely correct. But it is incumbent upon the government to ensure that steps are undertaken, that they're anticipating moves, and we knew for a number of years that the circumstances relating to the UK's position in Europe would be changing significantly, and it's disappointing, quite frankly, that we find ourselves now in a position where at the 11th hour we are now debating this continuity agreement when other jurisdictions, comparable jurisdictions, have taken steps to go much further than what we're debating here today. And certainly it is the opinion of many that had the government been more proactive, had the government worked more diligently to ensure that steps were taken early, that we would be in a very, very different position. And ultimately, because Canada is a trading nation, whether that be, we've spent a lot of time this week discussing our trading relationship with our neighbors to the south. The United Kingdom, I believe, is our fourth largest trading partner as a nation. As a trading nation, all of these sorts of agreements have massive implications upon our economy and upon jobs and the security of Canadians. And one of the troubling trends that we see with this government, Mr. Speaker, is that they seem to not take seriously the need for certainty, investment certainty of the economic circumstances which allow people to do things like plan for their futures. A trade agreement is a massive undertaking, negotiations, complex negotiations between two jurisdictions, and in the case of the United Kingdom, we have similar legal systems, a long history. We share a queen. You couldn't be closer than that. But there's massive intricacies involved in that. And when we see these 11th hour deals be brought forward, it brings a level of uncertainty, which, although many may suggest that doesn't have an impact on the ground of regular Canadians, I would submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that it has a significant impact. Because jobs are impacted each and every day by the certainty of ensuring that investment has a clear path. When a company or an entity is looking to invest in a jurisdiction, they want that certainty. They want that understanding that there's not going to be a massive upheaval in jurisdictions, that there will be consistency in the long term. And that's really at the heart of why it's so troubling that we are debating this. We're actually debating this after the UK left the European Union, and although there's been work to ensure that there's further stopgaps that provide a bridge between the exit of the United Kingdom from the European Union, which took place the last day of last year. And before this bill is actually passed, there's been some significant work that's been done to ensure that there's measures to bridge that. And then we're debating another bridge to which we will see within 3 years very clearly that we'll enter into more fulsome negotiations for further trade agreements. Mr. Speaker, I think that speaks to some of the challenges that we face and why this debate is so important. Mr. Speaker, there are many aspects of this bill that reflect very similarly to the agreement that we negotiated with CETA, and I would just like to compliment former Conservative government led by Stephen Harper, and specifically, and I know the member from Abbotsford was the trade minister for a good portion of the Harper government's tenure. And Mr. Speaker, there is no question that the Conservative Party is the party of free trade. And that member, when he spoke on this particular bill the other day, it was incredible the wisdom that he brings to the conversation, and the fact, the clear fact, that many of the deals that this government takes credit for the heavy lifting was done by the previous Conservative government. In fact, when it comes to CETA, we saw a panic on Liberal ministers' faces when they almost screwed it up and had to rush back into negotiations with Brussels and other jurisdictions to save the deal, because they decided to change things up. And then we see how they were quick to jump into negotiations with the United States. We came out, I would suggest, behind in the new NAFTA or the HAFTA agreement, and then the CPTPP as well. The heavy lifting of much of that was done by the previous government. And I would just note, and I see that there's about 1 minute left in my time, Mr. Speaker, and there's significant details that I would love to get into. But it's interesting because the Liberals will claim that they're all about free trade, when the reality is, even in the '93 election, they ran on a campaign of seeing on two major promises, actually. One was getting rid of the GST. Well, I'm not sure about you, Mr. Speaker, but I still pay GST on everything. And then two was pulling out of NAFTA. And when they saw the value of trade, Mr. Speaker, they seem to have changed their tune. And I'm proud to be a part of a party that has worked diligently to increase trade globally. Now, Mr. Speaker, my final comment would be, and I know a number of members have brought this forward, but the need to address some of the pension disparity that UK expatriates have in Canada. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, that's something that I was disappointed, as I hear from constituents often that have uncertainty regarding their pensions. And I would hope, and my final statement would be this: I would hope that as the government moves forward into the fulsome trade agreement, that they would use their position at the bargaining table to advocate for UK pensioners that live in Canada, and in some cases have lived in Canada for many years. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to be able to participate in this important debate today.
And I see that there are a number of members who wish to pose questions to the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot, but I ask them to just stand by on that, and because he will have 5 minutes remaining for questions and comments when the House gets back to the question that's the motion rather that's before the House at this time. But we'll now go to statements by members. Déclaration de député, et premièrement, l'honorable député.
First of all, the honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change released a list of the 325 conditions which the CN Intermodal Project must meet before it can proceed with any development in my riding of Milton. I recognize these conditions address some of the concerns raised by my community, and this conditional approval is a technical assessment, not an endorsement by the federal government. But let me be very clear. These conditions don't change my position. I've always advocated for a rejection of this project, and I remain strongly opposed. But today, I want to directly address CN. Your own regulations recommend against new residential development within 1,000 meters of an existing intermodal facility. So why would you consider building one that same distance from a strong, growing, and vibrant residential neighborhood? This fight is far from over. Miltonians won't give up. I won't give up. For me and my community, our top priority will always be protecting our people's health and a clean environment. So instead, I encourage you, CN, to invest your time and energy in a community that welcomes this development and all of the benefits that you claim an intermodal will bring. Thank you.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To Guy Drouin of the CDC in Montmagny-Lillet, Lisanne Tanguay from the Centre d'Entraide Familiale of Montmagny, Karine Jean of the Carrefour d'Initiative Populaire, Christiane Vincent, Bernard Gaudreau, Mireille Lisotte from Moisson-Kamouraska, Gilles Pertier of St. Vincent de Paul and Rivière-du-Loup, Paul Giasson, Daniel Davreau of Soup at the Button and Mélanie Dumont of the Kamouraska CDC, as well as all their employees and volunteers with a big heart who participate in setting up food services for people in need, especially during the holiday season. I say thank you. Without you, our communities wouldn't be what they are. Together with my friend Francis Paradis, I myself was able to give a helping hand by delivering Christmas baskets. In these hard times for everyone, sharing is a balm for the soul. Thank you for your commitment to others, and thank you to the generous donors.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, on this day 4 years ago, Canada lost 6 brave men: Mamadou Tanu Bari, Azedin Soufiane, Abdelkarim Hassan, Ibrahim Abari, Abu Bakr Tabti, and Khaled Belkacemi. We remember these 6 men whose lives were cut short by an act of terror when a gunman stormed the mosque in Quebec City and opened fire. The hatred of one took 6 from us and injured 19 others. The Islamophobic rage of one killer left 17 children orphaned. As a Muslim man and a father of 2 young boys, I can't fathom the sense of loss that those families feel to this very day. As an MP, I can commit to do better. To do better by calling out Islamophobia by name. To do better by taking action on hatred whenever and wherever it rears its ugly head, including the increasing radicalization we are seeing online. My hope is that all of us in this chamber can unite in common cause as Canada commemorates January 29th as a day of remembrance of the mosque attack and action against Islamophobia. Those 6 lives taken deserve no less.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. January 29th, 2017, 7:45 p.m., the faithful prepare for prayer at the Grand Mosque in Quebec City. At the time, no one suspects the horror awaiting them. A few minutes later, hatred and racism in their most brutal form claim the lives of 6 people and injure 8 others. Some will never fully recover. Today is the 4th anniversary of this tragedy. This sad episode in our history should remind us that we all have a duty to relentlessly fight racism in all its forms, including Islamophobia. It was a firearm that took the lives at the Quebec City Mosque, but often the weapon comes in the form of words that can be loaded with hatred or intolerance, words that can fuel tensions between communities and ultimately incite violence. As MPs, we have an obligation to lead by example. So let's be more mindful of the potential impact of our words. This sad anniversary of the attack on the Quebec City Mosque reminds us that racism and hatred do exist in this country, and sometimes they kill. Let's work together to ensure that these 6 people did not die in vain. The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight the life of Constance Provost, a great lady in my region. She died on January 9th, aged 96, surrounded by her 4 children. She was the first woman elected mayor of Aylmer in 1983, and she had vision and character. The extraordinary Ms. Provost was warm, energetic, and inclusive. Her qualities earned her 3 terms of office right up until 1995. Her retirement plan was the community. Whether it was Scouts, United Way, or the 150th anniversary of Aylmer, she was interested in all of it.
For generations, she preserved our patrimonial heritage, attracted businesses, and made room for affordable housing. Madame Provost often said, "Aylmer has it all." To that I will add, we do, Madam Mayor, thanks to you. May you rest in peace.
Honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, this year marks the 100th anniversary of the discovery of insulin by Canadian researchers led by Drs. Fred Banting and Charles Best. There was a time when the world would be beating a path to Canada's door to secure the next great medical cure. No more. The vaccine crisis Canadians face today is a direct result of the bad decisions made by Liberal governments starting in 1969 with Pierre Trudeau and continues to this day with his son. Bad legislation passed by these Liberals in 2017 means Canadians will always be at the back of the line for new medicine. The Prime Minister never should have jeopardized the health of Canadians with bad deals like the one with Communist China. The lives of Canadians are too important to trust to this Prime Minister.
Député de Vaudreuil.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
January and February can be difficult at the best of times when it comes to mental health. The economic and health crisis brought on by this pandemic have added to an already difficult time. And whether I'm speaking to parents or teachers, nurses, business owners, and seniors, as well as students, one thing is clear. Everyone is having a hard time coping. C'est pourquoi je prends la parole.
That's why I'm taking the floor today to thank the incredible people who work at the Versant, the Tournant, Tel Jeune, and the External Clinic for Mental Health for Young People and Adults, who are working hard to provide mental health support to members of my community. Your work is incredibly important. You literally save lives every day.
I want to thank those from our community who have shared their stories, like Svetlana Chernyenko, Lee Haberkorn, and so many others, and encourage all members of my community to reach out to a friend or family member or to one of the many organizations available to them. Let's do all we can to care for ourselves and each other, and in doing so, we will get through this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand proud as the daughter of a taxi driver, but also I make this statement with great sorrow, as the following men were a part of my father's extended taxi family. I'd like to take this opportunity in the House of Commons to commemorate the lives of the taxi and airport limo drivers from the region of Peel who lost their lives due to COVID-19. To Kamal Tami, Gurdeep Dugga, Paul Garewal, Maroon Hadid, Ki O Kim, James Wu, Lawrence Zah, Akashdeep Garewal, Abdullah, and Karam Singh Punia, thank you for your dedicated service. You worked around the clock to make sure others made it home safe after a long flight. When it comes to the Pearson Airport taxi and limo service, you could always look forward to a great conversation and service with a smile. These men were at the front lines of this pandemic, having to deal with a virus we originally knew very little about and had made its way into our nation. These drivers were loved by their communities, families, and friends, and provided an important service to everyone in the GTA. We will not forget your service or your memory.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, this year has been a challenge for Canadians across this country. Our seniors haven't been able to visit with their families, and our small business owners who have invested their life savings into their businesses have lost everything. They did have hope this year that the nightmare may be coming to an end. Yet, recently, Pfizer announced that their deliveries of the vaccine to countries will be significantly cut. While the rest of the world called up Pfizer and got their delivery schedules fixed, our Prime Minister did absolutely nothing until our Conservative caucus called him to take immediate action. Mr. Speaker, vaccines are critical to reopening our economy and securing our jobs here in Canada. Yet, because of this Prime Minister's ignorance in making vaccinations a priority, Canadians are losing hope in his leadership. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are calling on the Prime Minister to immediately address this issue and start making the vaccination of Canadians a priority.
Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of the pandemic, our government has been committed to protecting the health and safety of Canadians. That's why we secured the highest numbers of doses per capita of any country in the world and the most diverse portfolio of COVID-19 vaccines. Maintenant que des vaccins gratuits.
Now that free vaccines are available, we're working tirelessly to distribute vaccines so that we can vaccinate people as quickly as possible.
Public health officials have been hard at work all week administering these vaccines to residents of long-term care homes. In the coming weeks, vaccines will be provided to other vulnerable populations and frontline health workers in Sudbury and across Northern Ontario. In fact, Canadian Armed Forces have been commissioned to support vaccine efforts in 32 communities of the Anishinaabe Nation in the region. Nous avons déjà délivré.
We've already delivered over 1 million doses to the provinces and territories, and will receive an additional 6 million by the end of March.
The government is focused on beating this virus and keeping Canadians safe. Merci. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Mr. Speaker, Keystone XL would have brought 2,800 well-paying jobs to several provinces, including Saskatchewan. The NDP and Liberal Party continue to talk down our energy sector and show disdain for the hardworking men and women that go to those jobs every day through their policies. Just by way of adding some perspective to the conversation, the world will continue to use around 100 million barrels of oil a day for up to the next 30 to 40 years, according to reports from McKinsey and the EIA. It's time that we start thinking about the real choice we have. Will we continue to watch massive oil tankers come through Canadian waterways with foreign oil? Or are we going to choose to use ethical oil from Canadian companies that reach the highest standard of environmental regulations in the world? It's time for us to take the decision of, are we going to use Canadian oil in our home, businesses, and vehicles? This can and should be done because it will ensure that we're going to secure our future for the next generation of Canadians.
Member for Desnathan, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, as someone who spent much of my life playing and then coaching hockey, I know firsthand how leadership can make or break a team. There's been much said throughout this pandemic about a Team Canada approach. Unfortunately, it seems Team Canada under the leadership of the Prime Minister is falling further down the standings. One might even say we're becoming the Ottawa Senators in the race to secure vaccines. This week, Canada will receive 0 doses of vaccines. Next week, we will receive 80% less than originally scheduled, and the week after that will be even less. The fact is, in comparison to our neighbors to the south, even when accounting for population size, the United States has vaccinated 3 times more people than we have. Mr. Speaker, Canada is sitting 22nd in the standings and looking for leadership. It's time for the Prime Minister to stop sending out others to give Canadians the bad news and start showing leadership in doing his job. Conservatives are ready to show that leadership, to secure our health care, to secure our economy, and to secure our future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, today marks 4 years since the horrific attack on the Centre Culturel Islamique de Quebec, the Quebec City Mosque Massacre. Fueled by Islamophobia and hate, an armed man walked into the mosque during peaceful prayer and took the lives of 6 people, wounding many others. In the wake of the news of this terror, which devastated Muslim communities, many Canadians, many diverse faith groups rallied together. Here in Victoria, people joined hands to create a circle of protection around our Muslim neighbors. But since that attack, we have continued to see a frightening rise in extremism, white supremacy, and anti-Muslim views in Canada, and a troubling increase in anti-immigrant rhetoric and policies primarily targeting Muslims around the world. Well, today we remember those who lost their lives and those who were impacted by this tragedy. We must also stand up and speak out against hate in our communities, online, and wherever we find it. We have a duty to send a clear message that racism and Islamophobia have no place here.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, 4 years ago today, the horror was at the Grand Mosque in Quebec City. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to honor the memory of the 6 men whose lives were taken from them for no reason other than their Muslim faith. I'd like to reiterate our solidarity with their loved ones, their families, the wounded, and all those who were present at Quebec City's Islamic Cultural Centre on that dark January 29th. I insist that every Quebecer must be able to practice their religion freely if they want to, and above all, without fear. Finally, I'd like to say to the Muslim community of Quebec City in particular, and also of all of Quebec, that they can count on all of us as allies to ensure that such violence never happens again. Our thoughts are with you now and in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the duty to remember is a duty of honour and respect. 4 years ago, 6 Canadians, united by their faith, fell victim to the bullets of a killer. This was an act of terrorism inspired by Islamophobia. This tragedy will always challenge us, first and foremost, as human beings. Islamophobia and all violence, all phobias based on religious belief, have no place and must be condemned without any conditions. Whether it's armed violence, physical violence, verbal violence, psychological violence, or social violence, we have a duty to call this out and condemn it without beating around the bush. These forms of violence have no place in Canada.
Khaled Belkacemi, Abdelkrim Hassan, Azzedine Soufiane, Aboubakar Tabti. Votre mémoire.
Your memory will be preserved forever. We will not forget you ever. The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, 4 years ago, an act of terror rocked a peaceful place of worship. Ibrahim Abari, Mamadou Tanoubari, Khaled Belkacemi, Abdelkarim Hassan, Azzedine Soufiane, Aboubakar Tabi. They were fathers, husbands, loved by many. Yesterday, our government announced its intent to recognize January 29th as a national day of commemoration of the Quebec City Mosque attack and action against Islamophobia. We are wearing these green squares to honor the lost lives. This one was made by Alina, my 7-year-old daughter. My dream is for her to be able to live safely and without discrimination. Today, we are united in memory and solidarity. By marking this day, we assert unequivocally that we are fighting Islamophobia all together.
Suite aux discussions.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand there's agreement to observe a moment of silence in memory of the victims of the attack on the Quebec City Islamic Cultural Center that happened 4 years ago today. I now invite honourable members to rise.
Merci. Merci. Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable député de Chicoutimi.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, today we learned that the EU is going to require that vaccine producers obtain an authorization before exporting the vaccines. That's very bad news for Canada. We are already late on our timeline. Quebec is ready to administer 250,000 doses a week. How many Quebecers will not receive the vaccine because of this decision? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government and I have been in contact with my EU counterpart, and as the Prime Minister said in this House, the EU measures will not affect the shipment of vaccines to Canada. We will continue to work with the European Union, as we have throughout this pandemic, to ensure that critical health and medical supply chains remain open and resilient. We share the urgency of Canadians to ensure access to vaccines as rapidly as possible, and our government is operating with this sense of urgency every single day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, it's no good to keep repeating that we have bought more doses than anyone else when we can't actually get our hands on them. In order to vaccinate all Canadians by the end of September, we will need 60 million doses. We are now 20th in the rankings, and we keep sinking further in the rankings week over week. The contracts were badly negotiated. People's lives are at stake. What will it take for this government to wake up? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we will take action with great urgency to secure doses of the vaccine. We want to ensure that Canadians know that we can obtain vaccines. We will have obtained 6 million doses by the end of the first quarter of this year. And by the end of the third quarter, that is the end of September, we will have enough doses from vaccines that have already been approved that all Canadians who want to get a vaccine will be able to. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, 60 million doses, that is 2 doses per Canadian, is what it will take to reach the objective set by the government. That represents 2 million doses a week. We know that we will be receiving 0 doses this week and very few next week. How does the Prime Minister plan to compensate for this unacceptable delay? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have shared with all the provinces and territories and all Canadians, we have shared the number of doses we are expecting, and we will receive enough doses by the end of the third quarter, even if there are only doses from the 2 vaccines that are already authorized, and we will be able to provide a vaccine to all Canadians who wish to receive it by the end of September.
Mr. Speaker, our oil isn't flowing, our vaccines aren't landing, and now Buy America is set to put thousands of Canadians out of work. President Biden had these policies as a key part of his campaign platform. The Liberals had plenty of time to prepare for this possibility. Will the Prime Minister do something for Canadian workers and immediately act to protect Canadian jobs?
The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, nous défendrons toujours les intérêts.
Mr. Speaker, we will always defend Canadians' interests. The Prime Minister has spoken with the President and has highlighted that workers need to be able to benefit from our integrated supply chains. The Prime Minister and the President have agreed to consult each other to protect trade between our 2 countries. We will work together to support a sustainable economic recovery. Thank you.
Member for Portage Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, there's a pattern here. The Prime Minister just surrendered on Keystone XL. He is surrendering on Line 5, and now he's throwing up his hands and doing nothing to protect Canadian jobs from this Buy America policy. Our previous government worked with the Obama administration to get an exemption from their Buy American policies. To get our economy back on track, Canadians need a government that will secure jobs now and for the future. So will the Liberals push for an exemption, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government will always stand up for Canadian businesses and Canadian workers. The Prime Minister and the President agreed to consult closely to avoid any measures that may constrain bilateral trade and economic growth between our 2 countries. Canada is the largest export market for the United States, buying more goods from the U.S. than China, UK, and Japan combined. Canada is the #1 customer for more than 32 states. So yes, we will continue to work to stand up for Canadian businesses and the Canadian people so that we can grow middle-class jobs here in Canada.
La députée de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, epidemiologists are sounding the alarm. The only way to control the pandemic is to ensure that most Quebecers are vaccinated before the new COVID-19 variants take hold in Quebec. But yesterday, Ontario Public Health revealed that not only has the British variant reached the province, it will become the principal strain of the virus by March. That's a piece of very bad news, especially because we will be getting 70% less of the Pfizer vaccine than initially planned. What is the Prime Minister doing to ensure that we get the vaccines promised? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will just say that we have been working closely with provinces and territories to make sure they have the supports, the tools, and the necessary resources to deploy the vaccine as it arrives in Canada. And I am extremely grateful to the hardworking ministers of health from all across the country who are doing exactly that. We'll continue to work together to protect the health of Canadians, including Quebecers.
Député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the bad news just keeps piling up. We have heard that there won't be any Pfizer vaccine doses arriving this week. Then we heard that there would be 50% less after that, and then 70% less. The government keeps saying that it will reach its goal by March, but at this point, it's hard not to have serious doubts. We are 20th in the world in the vaccine rankings, and our position keeps slipping. What is the Prime Minister going to do? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, nous avons...
Mr. Speaker, we have communicated very clearly with all the provinces and territories regarding vaccine deliveries. And I would repeat to my honourable colleague that we will receive 6 million doses of the vaccine by the end of the first quarter. And we will continue to receive more and more vaccine doses in Canada and Quebec throughout the year. That way, by the end of September, all Canadians who wish to receive the vaccine will be able to get it. And that's only considering the 2 already approved vaccines.
This way.
First, Pfizer delivery interruptions delayed vaccine doses to Canadians. Then EU export controls threatened our supply. Now reports from think tanks are raising alarms. According to the UK-based Economist Intelligence Unit, the majority of Canadians may have to wait 6 months longer than Americans and Europeans for vaccines and won't be vaccinated until mid-2022. Canada already is falling behind virtually dozens of countries in vaccinations. Why is this Liberal government failing to secure timely vaccines, and can they guarantee that every Canadian will be fully vaccinated by this September?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we've set out many times and shared with provinces and territories, we have a delivery schedule of the already approved vaccines that get us to a sufficient number whereby every Canadian who wishes to receive a vaccine by the end of September will have access to one. Of course, we've procured other vaccines which are in the middle of regulatory approval or have yet to begun that process, and that would add, of course, to that total. And when we get to all 7 procured vaccines, that is enough to vaccinate Canadians 10 times. So we have a very diversified portfolio, and we're going to continue to work urgently to get those vaccines into Canada and to vaccinate Canadians.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, under the Liberals' pay equity regulations, which could have been delayed or which have been delayed again, Canadian women could be forced to wait until 2029 or longer to receive equal pay. This is after already waiting 50 years since the Royal Commission on the Status of Women called for it. Every year that passes is another year where this so-called feminist government participates in wage discrimination. Why are Liberals content with discriminating against women for another decade?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the honourable member on pay equity. Pay equity isn't just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. That's why we passed proactive pay equity legislation in 2018. When Canadian women can count on equal pay for work of equal value, our economy grows stronger. Karen Jensen has been appointed to serve as Canada's first Employment Pay Equity Commissioner, and she is developing tools and resources for employers to support employers with implementation. Regulations were released for consultation last fall, and once finalized, they will complement the Act and allow it to be brought in force later this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, with regard to the recently announced EU export restrictions on vaccines, CBC's Janice McGregor has just recently tweeted, "I don't see anything in these regs exempting Canada or any other countries with free trade agreements with the EU from having their shipments monitored and caught up in the fresh red tape of these new authorization requirements." This is pretty bad. It's definitely going to affect Canadians' supply of vaccines. Does the minister care to comment?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for that important question. I have been in contact with my EU counterpart as recent as yesterday, the Prime Minister having spoken to the President, and we are assured that the EU measures will not affect the shipment of vaccines to Canada. We will continue to work with the European Union as we have throughout this pandemic, and we absolutely understand the urgency, and in fact, we are working with that sense of urgency every single day to make sure that Canadians get vaccinated. Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're already experiencing a major shortfall of vaccines. Our math says 2 million doses per week are needed to meet, on average, to meet the target of September. We're nowhere close to that. Mr. Speaker, all of our vaccines that the government has supposedly procured are produced in the EU are the majority of them. And now the EU is saying that there are going to be export restrictions. There are no exemptions for countries with free trade agreement, and the EU has not said that Canada is exempted. So given that we're seeing such a shortfall, forgive me, I just don't think I can take the government's word for it. What have they secured in terms of assurances that we will get these vaccines and not be part of these new restrictions?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we continue to work with the European Union. We are absolutely seized with this. We understand how important this is and how urgent this is, which is why I spoke to my EU counterpart yesterday, which is why the Prime Minister spoke to the President. We will continue to work with the European Union on this matter. And as I said earlier, the EU measures will not affect the shipment of vaccines to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, last election, this government promised to plant 2 billion trees. Well, here we are over a year later, and not only have they failed to plant even one single tree, but the Nonpartisan Parliamentary Budget Office says their announced funding is only half of what's required. Now, I know this government is fond of poorly thought out plans, but this is ridiculous. Will the government be cutting their tree target in half or doubling the money they're planning to spend?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me actually quote the PBO report, and I'm sure my colleague has read. Parameters used for this estimate are based off data from Forests Ontario 50 million tree program. It may not accurately reflect program costs under the federal government's 2 billion tree program. That says it all. We are partnering with the provinces and territories, with Indigenous groups, with NGOs to make sure we get it right. We are committed to combating climate change, and planting 2 billion trees is a part of our ambitious plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, it's not me saying that their plan is barely half of what is required. It's the Nonpartisan Parliamentary Budget Office. Now, not only that, but the report's numbers are based on 1,500 trees a hectare. The government has said they start planting urban trees first, which are far more expensive per tree than even the budget officer's figures. It's simply not credible for the government to make this happen with their recklessly drawn up plan. What is the actual cost going to be to Canadians? Or are they just simply planning to abandon the 2 billion tree promise like they have with so many other commitments?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to planting 2 billion trees, and the first trees will be in the ground this spring. The PBO report only considers the cost of planting trees in Ontario. The PBO also states their estimates may not accurately reflect program costs because of this narrow scope. We're planting several different types of trees across Canada based on what is native to the local environment. Generations of Canadians for decades to come will recognize the importance of this initiative. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Honourable Member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Notable Hong Kong pro-democracy activist Joshua Wong has been sentenced to a year in prison for participating in peaceful protests. 3 weeks ago, 53 lawmakers and pro-democracy activists were arrested for violating Hong Kong's draconian national security law. The alarming threat from the Chinese Communist Party is escalating rapidly. Meanwhile, we found out in an immigration committee this week that the Liberals' support policies for Hong Kong have been delayed without notice, and they were already lackluster to begin with. Will the minister stand with Hong Kong and finally introduce a real refugee and asylum program to bring pro-democracy activists to Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada joined the international community in condemning the mass arrests in Hong Kong of more than 50 lawmakers and activists. These arrests fundamentally contradict the civil and political guarantees that have been made to the people of Hong Kong under the Basic Law. This demonstrates that the national security law is being used as a tool in escalating repression of peaceful political opposition and grassroots electoral politics. The arrests and an assault on representative democracy, the rule of law, and a further erosion of the one country, two systems principle. Canada will continue to hold authorities in Beijing and Hong Kong.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Karen de Malata is a live-in caregiver from the Philippines working for 2 doctors on the front lines of the COVID crisis in Ottawa. Sadly, Karen was diagnosed with chronic kidney disease, and as a result, her immigration status has been put in limbo. The Liberals have been sitting on her humanitarian compassionate application for a year. Without approval, she will be forced to return to the Philippines, where she won't have access to proper medical care and will die, leaving her 2 children motherless. Karen is a tax-paying member of Canadian society. She's contributing to the COVID effort. The delay is completely un-Canadian. Will the Minister of Immigration expedite Karen's case?
Minister. La ministre ou secrétaire parlementaire.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We understand that decisions in immigration cases can have a profound impact on people's lives. Each file is evaluated based on the facts and in all respect of the laws of Canada. Each case is evaluated on its own merits. I cannot discuss an individual case due to confidentiality legislation, as my colleague does know, but I will be pleased to work with her on individual cases. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian government is completely ignoring the aerospace industry. Since the beginning of the pandemic, at least 40% of workers in the sector have been laid off. It should be obvious that this is a difficult period for the aerospace industry, since airplanes are grounded all around the world. On Monday, Unifor published a plan to get out of this crisis. Workers are demanding a comprehensive aerospace policy. Canada is the only major player in the sector in the world that doesn't have one. When will Ottawa take action for aerospace? The Honourable Minister.
La ministre ou secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary or Minister.
Monsieur le Président, je suis d'accord avec mon...
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague that the aerospace industry is extremely important in Quebec, not just in Montreal, where I live, but in many other regions as well. It's important for exports, it's important for Quebec's image and Canada's image in the world. It creates good, well-paid jobs at home and contributes to research and development. We will always support the sector. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, Quebec is a global leader, as my colleague just said, in aerospace. And yet Ottawa is ignoring the industry. We need a comprehensive policy to build the future of the sector. We need to ensure that government purchases lead to economic benefits at home, especially when it comes to defense. We also need to ensure that federal aid policies that help companies also help workers and protect their jobs. Mr. Speaker, this is a key industry in Quebec, with 43,000 jobs for Quebecers. When will this government take action to help these people to get through the pandemic? The Honourable Minister.
Allow me to assure my esteemed colleague that we recognize that the aerospace and aviation industries are very significant and that we will always be there for their workers. Through our economic response plan, we have put in place extensive measures to help Canadian businesses weather COVID-19. Our government will always stand with the sector and with the workers that we're so incredibly proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, a unanimous consent motion was tabled to set up a selection committee for choosing the next Governor General. But the Liberals refused to adopt that motion. Does the Prime Minister think that the vetting process that he used for Julie Payette, does he really think that was better? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every Canadian, as I indicated yesterday, deserves to go to work each day in a safe workplace environment, free from harassment. That includes the hardworking and dedicated employees who work at Rideau Hall, We took this matter very seriously from the beginning and put in place an independent review process. Following that process, the Prime Minister accepted Madame Payette's resignation, and we are in the process of reviewing the next steps.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, because of the Prime Minister's failure, the Canadian taxpayer is on the hook for $350,000 a year pension and expense account for the former Governor General. How is the Prime Minister going to show Canadians that his continual lack of good judgment won't have to keep being paid for by their hard work?
The honourable minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The former Governor General's annuity will be dealt with in accordance with the Governor General's Act, something that has been in place for many years. The reimbursement of expenditures to the former Governor General is the responsibility of the Office of the Secretary to the Governor General. The new leadership at Rideau Hall will be able to address the serious concerns that are raised in good part if
The honourable member for Regina-Luban.
Mr. Speaker, employees at the Regina Airport are beyond worried. They've been told outright that their jobs are being eliminated and the control tower will be shut down. The control tower is an integral part of the safety of air traffic in Saskatchewan. And it's important because of our proximity to 15-wing Air Base in Moose Jaw. Now, the people of Saskatchewan can tell when they're being hosed. So when the minister, please explain his contradiction from yesterday when he said the report was not finished, but layoff notices still went out.
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, safety and security of the traveling public is our top priority. NAV Canada is undertaking several studies to assess the level of service needs. No decisions have been made. It is important to note that any changes in the level of services proposed by NAV Canada will be subject to a rigorous safety assessment. The process provides for full consultation with all affected stakeholders. No compromise on safety will be tolerated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina-Luban.
Mr. Speaker, I know what the minister is trying to do. You see, I come from a farm in Saskatchewan, and we pride ourselves in having common sense and knowing when the wool is going to be pulled over our eyes. Actually, the people of Saskatchewan have a new phrase for this. It's called getting liberaled. The minister yesterday said that there was no final decision that was made. And now I have layoff notices from these employees. So either he's contradicting NAV Canada or he should ask NAV Canada to rescind these layoff notices. So what is it? Is the fix in? Is this decision already been made?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we understand the hard impact of NAV Canada's decision and how they've impacted Canadians and employees of NAV Canada across the country. But again, it is important to note that any changes in the level of service proposed by NAV Canada is subject to a rigorous safety assessment by Transport Canada officials. No compromise on safety will ever be tolerated at Transport Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, President Biden held a climate day, signing a series of executive orders to take ambitious action on the climate crisis, with a focus on jobs, equity, and scientific integrity. His sweeping new orders included freezing new oil and gas leases on public lands, cutting fossil fuel subsidies, and establishing a civilian climate corps to put people to work conserving and restoring the environment. In contrast, our Prime Minister looks more like a climate laggard, announcing unambitious, empty promises won't cut it. When will the Liberals take action that meets the scale of the crisis?
Minister or Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Climate change threatens our health, our way of life, and planet, and that's why our government is taking significant action to address this crisis. My honourable colleague knows that full well. We're delivering on our promise to Canadians to bring forward a strengthened climate plan that includes creating thousands of jobs across the country, ensuring that we not only meet but exceed our Paris targets, and lay the foundation for net zero emissions by 2050. We'll continue to work with all Canadians on climate action and to ensure a more sustainable future for our children and grandchildren. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Parliamentary Budget Officer revealed the Liberals are underfunding their promise of planting 2 billion extra trees by nearly 50%. The PBO found that an additional $2.7 billion will be required, bringing the overall cost closer to $5.9 billion. By underfunding this initiative, the Liberals show that they're not serious about fighting climate change. Will this government put its money where its mouth is, or was this just talk all along?
The Honourable Minister or Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I said before, we are committed to planting 2 billion trees. And let me quote from the PBO report, and I encourage my colleague to actually read it, wherein I quote, parameters used for this estimate are based off data from Forests Ontario 50 million tree program and may not accurately reflect program costs under the federal government's 2 billion tree program. Mr. Speaker, we are partnering with the provinces and territories, with Indigenous groups, NGOs, to make sure we get this right. We are committed to combating climate change, and planting 2 billion trees is a part of our ambitious plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, businesses across the country have been hit hard by the pandemic, many seeing dramatic losses in profit. Small businesses in Surrey Centre are wondering how their eligibility for the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy, Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, and Canada Emergency Business Account will be impacted in 2021, as some of them experienced decreased profits in 2020. Can the Minister update the House on how our government will address eligibility for these essential supports as we continue to manage the negative impacts of the pandemic on businesses across Canada?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Surrey Centre for his continued advocacy for small businesses in his riding and across Canada. Our government knows that businesses are still struggling very much under the second wave of COVID-19, and this is why we've made our program application deadlines carry through until 2021. The Emergency Business Account, which has provided support to more than 800,000 small and medium-sized businesses, is now open until March 31st of this year. The new rental subsidy program, which has now connected 94,000 businesses to support, is available until June of this year, and the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, which has helped keep more than 4.5 million workers on the payroll, will be available till June of 2021. Our government's going to continue to be there to support Canadians and Canadian businesses as we have been since this pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to hear from the Parliamentary Secretary, but I've heard from numerous startups who started up in 2020, and they're continuing to be denied these business supports for COVID-19. Mark is a constituent of Elgin, Middlesex, London, opened a new business called the Icebox. Mark has contacted my office regarding the federal government, who did not revise criteria for these small businesses, despite the province of Ontario making these necessary changes. Will the Finance Minister commit to revising the eligibility of COVID-19 supports for businesses and stop disqualifying businesses who are trying to survive under these public restrictions?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable colleague for that important question and her advocacy, her continued advocacy for small businesses. And from the very beginning of this pandemic, we have been listening to and working with businesses to make sure that there are broad range of supports. I was very pleased just earlier this week to announce an additional support, a lifeline support for businesses, the highly affected business program, otherwise called HASCAP. It's another way to help our businesses with loans starting from $25,000 all the way to $1 million, and for those businesses under one entity that have multiple locations, up to $6.25 million. This is another way.
That's out of time, and we'll go to the Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After a year of lockdowns, my constituents don't have access to rapid tests in this riding. Vaccine, who knows? Now Europe is restricting exports of vaccines, so those aren't available either. My constituencies are reading stories of rapid testing and vaccines having been developed in Calgary and Montreal, and they're angry. When can my constituents expect rapid tests and vaccine availability in the riding? They want to return to work and normal life, but when?
Honourable Minister or Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, as the member opposite may or may not know, in fact, the delivery of health care falls within the jurisdiction of the provinces and territories. But having said that, we've been supporting provinces and territories to have the tools they need. Almost 16.8 million rapid tests have been sent to provinces and territories to date. Almost 6 million to Ontario, 3 million to Quebec, 1.5 million to Alberta, 1.5 million to BC. And Mr. Speaker, furthermore, new guidance science released from the Testing and Screening Strategy Expert Panel to help provinces deploy those rapid tests. I suggest he speak to his MLA.
Well, member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister continues to remain silent on Enbridge's Line 5. The other day, he told the leader of the official opposition that he has always stood up for Canadian interests. But I'm puzzled. He refuses to say Line 5 by name, and his minister is waiting to talk to the new Energy Secretary as soon as she's sworn in, whenever that is. Thousands of jobs are dependent on this pipeline on both sides of the border, and it's so crucial that we get this right. No urgency is being shown. The clock is ticking. What is this government proactively doing, if anything, to save Line 5? Or do they want to see this one ripped out of the ground too?
The Honourable Minister or Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. Our government supports the operation of Enbridge's Line 5. It's been in there since the 1950s, and it is vital to the economy of Canada. It supplies Imperial, Shell, and Suncor's refineries in Sarnia, Ontario. It supplies Suncor's refinery in Montreal and Valero's refinery in Lévis, Quebec. It delivers 66% of the crude oil consumed in Quebec. This is a vital pipeline. We believe in it. We support it. We are continuing to work alongside our Ambassador Hillman and Consul General Cromartin, and we will continue to advocate for Line 5.
Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this week, disgraced former Finance Minister Bill Morneau announced that his bid for Secretary General of the OECD was over. This happened while the saga continues with the Student Jobs We scandal cover-up. Liberals scheming with Liberals to ensure insiders get ahead while Canadians suffer. They will claim that it's simply time to move on. But in reality, their lack of transparency proves that they have something to hide. Enough is enough. Will the Liberals reveal the cost of this endorsement boondoggle and commit to coming clean on We scandal?
The Honourable Minister or Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, yes, Bill Morneau announced earlier this week that he had withdrawn from the his candidacy with respect to the OECD Secretary General position. We would like to thank Bill Morneau for throwing his hat into the ring. We feel that he would have been an excellent representative due to his public and private experience. Having said that, we will, of course, continue to support whoever is in the position of this very important organization, the OECD.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, you know it comes as no surprise that the report in the Governor-General is available only in English because only English Canada cares about the monarchy. What matters to Quebec is how the money we send to Ottawa gets spent. Millions of dollars for the monarchy is not a good way to spend our tax dollars, nor is a lifetime pension for a tyrannical Governor-General. No. Until ties are cut to this symbol of real submission, can the Prime Minister commit to not giving a lifetime pension to former Governor-General Judy Payette? The Honourable Minister of Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this symbol is, in fact, a very important symbol. It's a part of our Canadian heritage. And the former Governor-General, as I indicated earlier, Governor-General's annuity will be dealt with in accordance with the Governor-General's Act. The reimbursement of expenditures to the former Governor-General is the responsibility of the Office of the Secretary to the Governor-General. The new leadership at Rideau Hall will be able to address the serious concerns that are being raised.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, as if a lifetime pension weren't enough, the former Governor-General will also be entitled to a generous expense account that should allow her to continue to lead a royal lifestyle, complete with champagne and caviar. Former Governor-General Adrienne Clarkson, for example, claimed up to $100,000 per year after her term ended. Being appointed a Governor-General is like winning the Set for Life lottery. And even when they resign for harassment, intimidation, or verbal violence. Will the Prime Minister cut the purse strings to the former Governor-General who resigned? The Honourable Minister of Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as I had indicated, the new leadership at Rideau Hall will be able to address the many serious concerns that have, in fact, been raised. It's important to keep in mind that the reimbursements of expenditures to former Governor General is the responsibility of the Office of the Secretary to the Governor General, where many things are taken into consideration.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Des-Iches-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, we have learned that the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation is refusing to finance seniors' homes with less than 50 units. In small communities, it's unfair. The care homes in Lévis, Bellechasse, et Chemin and throughout Quebec are affected by this unjust policy. This is important for our seniors, particularly during a pandemic. Will the minister reverse immediately this unfair policy and put an end to this systemic discrimination against our seniors living in regions? The Honourable Minister, Parliamentary Secretary.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, helping seniors access affordable housing and staying at home in their communities is one of the great priorities of this government. The National Housing Strategy will help meet the needs for housing through funding.
We can do through the National Housing Strategy. Our government is looking to fill gaps to gain more information on the housing needs of Canada's most vulnerable populations, including seniors, and to better respond in the future.
Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, food is a significant part of many ethnic communities. Like them for many Canadians, food insecurity creates barriers to participation in social activities. With the pandemic and economic downturn, many have to rely on food banks or charities for support. This lowers the connection they feel to their culture and harms a sense of well-being. Why isn't the government taking any action to address food insecurity for marginalized Canadians?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, food security is critically important to Canadians and to their health, and that's why we were, in the very beginning of the pandemic, so invested in ensuring that many of the food providers around the country had the support they need. We invested millions and millions of dollars across the country, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that food security could continue to be the front and center for communities. And in fact, in my own community of Thunder Bay Superior North, I want to thank the Roots to Harvest group, who have done such an exemplary job filling the gaps for so many Canadians in need.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lila, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, in the past 2 weeks, a number of cases of CERB fraud have been identified. Others have seen their EI files blocked. Both for Canada Revenue Agency and Service Canada, the wait times on the phone are terrible and unacceptable. It's as if we were back at the beginning of the pandemic. After months in which they had time to prepare, why has the government not ensured there are enough people to handle the phone lines to deal with people's calls? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, yes, we recognize that there are delays. People who call have seen an increase in the wait times. Given the CERB programs being provided, I want to thank the people in the service centres who have worked the phone lines to help throughout this pandemic. We have announced additional funding for these service and call centres, and we are working to find additional solutions in order to better serve clients during the tax season. News that we will announce shortly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More now than ever during the COVID-19 pandemic, our homes have become a refuge, a place of sanctuary and security. That's why the Government of Canada ensures that all Canadians have access to an affordable home. My constituents believe firmly that all Canadians should have access to affordable housing. This is an important goal that we must all work towards. The Minister for Families, Children and Social Development, could the Minister tell us what the government is doing to create affordable housing? Thank you. The Minister.
It is very important that in our response to the COVID-19 pandemic, we keep in mind the most vulnerable members of our society, in addition to the regular National Housing Strategy programs, such as the National Housing Co-Investment Fund that is dedicated to creating deeply affordable housing units. We have introduced the Rapid Housing Initiative, a $1 billion program that will build at least 3,000 affordable housing units right across the country, and focusing on the most vulnerable Canadians, including those who are homeless or at risk of homelessness, in addition to women and children fleeing domestic violence, as well as vulnerable seniors.
Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Saskatoon Grasswood is home to thousands of seniors living in retirement residence and care homes, communities, as we all know, that have a greatly increased risk due to COVID. Now, my office receives calls every day from senior residents and care homes and other institutions wondering when the vaccines that this government insists are abundant, when will they arrive? In fact, when will the government give Canadians from Saskatoon Grasswood an honest timeline when they can expect to be vaccinated?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every single step of the way, we've been working with provinces and territories to protect people living in long-term care homes, including by ensuring that we provided national guidance that could support provincial guidance on vaccination priorities. But let me back up, Mr. Speaker. With the Safe Restart money that we provided to provinces and territories in the spring, $740 million earmarked to protect people living in seniors' residences, an additional $1 billion committed through the fall economic statement, Mr. Speaker, towards a development of standards, and yes, prioritization for vaccination. We'll be working with provinces and territories to make sure that we do all we can to help them deliver on their healthcare responsibility of providing care for older people in their jurisdiction.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, while cracking down on civilian travel, the government continues to deploy our military overseas to COVID-stricken locations without vaccinating them first. It was revealed this week that incidents of COVID-19 have been on the rise with the members of the Canadian Armed Forces. In fact, Canadian troops in Latvia have contracted COVID. Why are Canada's brave women and men in the armed forces getting chaos from this government when what they need are vaccines?
Honourable Minister or Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the health and well-being of our Canadian Armed Forces members is always a top priority. Since the beginning of this pandemic, our Surgeon General and the Chief of Defence Staff had taken measures to making sure that our members are safe. Our Surgeon General currently is monitoring very closely the vaccine rollout for our Canadian members, and I can assure the member and all Canadians that our Canadian Armed Forces members will be prioritized according to the best science and medical advice from our Surgeon General. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Les Villeaux-Binières. Mr. Speaker, so many billions spent, so few actual vaccines. The European Union is considering limiting vaccine exports. We don't have an agreement with the U.S., and Canada has no capacity to make vaccines here. This government has put Canada in a poor position when it comes to vaccine supply. No one in Canada believes that we will all be vaccinated by September. In order to learn from the errors of this Liberal government and not repeat those mistakes, could there be transparency, and could Canadians see the vaccine supply contracts like the European Union is doing with AstraZeneca? Mr. Speaker, we are communicating with our partners in the provinces and the territories when it comes to vaccines that they can expect to receive. We have reached agreements for already approved vaccines to ensure that all will go well and that we will have some by the end of the third quarter. We continue to be open and show transparency and equip our partners to ensure that this very great effort of vaccination campaign will be begun as we have expected.
Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, since day one, Canadian frontline workers have been unwavering in their support for vulnerable Canadians in the face of this pandemic. Like the staff at Shepherd Village and Mong Chong, in my riding of Scarborough-Agincourt, essential workers are rising to the challenge each day to keep our seniors safe and healthy. The recent outbreak at Tender Care is tragic, and across the country, long-term care homes have been disproportionately affected. And so today, I asked the Minister of Health, what is our government doing to help support long-term care residents in Canada and those who care for them?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd just like to thank the member from Scarborough-Agincourt for her dedicated focus on the wellness of seniors, not only in her riding, but Canada-wide. I will just say this, Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we've been there to help support provinces and territories deliver on their healthcare responsibilities for people in long-term care, whether it was the $740 million in the spring through the Safe Restart Agreement to improve infection prevention control measures, whether it's the $1 billion in the fall economic statement to upgrade standards and ensure that there are standards across the country, and indeed by sending in the Red Cross and the Canadian Armed Forces in cases of extreme crisis. So, Mr. Speaker, just to say that this government is solely...
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Baffin Land, a mining company in my riding, is planning expansion at Mary River. This week, consultations continued concerning the fact that they want to build a railway in primary breeding grounds for narwhals. The local Hunters and Trappers Association, along with groups closest, are clearly opposed to this rapid expansion, which provides uncertainty for food supply and future of Inuit. Why is this project being allowed to go ahead when there is clear opposition from Inuit in the communities? When will the federal government stop valuing natural resource extraction over Inuit and wildlife survival?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to respond to the question. As the member knows, everything that we do across the North, we do in conjunction with Indigenous people. We do with consultation and from listening to Northerners. Right now, what's happening is that this resource development process is going through public hearings. There will be a final step in this review process that will be designed to ensure the project is environmentally and socially responsible while considering the concerns of Nunavut Mute. She also knows that upon conclusion of the assessment, there is a period of time in which both the board and the government will respond, and that will also include the duty to consult with all those that are impacted.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. January 28th is observed as Let's Talk Day, sponsored by a well-known corporation. While it was heartwarming to see the solidarity to end the stigma, we are still waiting for this government to set national standards for access to mental health services so Canadians can get the support they need when they need it beyond their screens. Mental health service providers on the ground in our communities need our full support every day of the year. Systemic and concert actions are needed immediately, including the direct funding for mental health service providers and the removal of the tax on counseling services. Mr. Speaker, will this government commit to doing this today?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell the member opposite that, in fact, mental health has remained a priority for this government since the beginning, since 2015. And in fact, national standard work is underway with provinces and territories, as she well knows. I will also say that through the pandemic, the federal government is fully funding wellnesstogether.ca, a really important tool to help Canadians get access to free, confidential care no matter where they live in both official languages with translation into 60 others. I encourage every Canadian to check out wellnesstogether.ca today so that they can see for themselves the resources that are available to help them and their family members and loved ones.
This will conclude the question period for today. I see a point of order. The Honourable Member for Regina Luvan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will ask for unanimous consent from my colleagues to table the layoff notices that have been received by employees in Regina. It seems the minister is not aware of these layoff notices, so I'd like to table them so he could be aware of the contradiction he had in question period today to saying there's no report has been finalized and we take all our safety reports seriously, but the layoff notices these employees have received in Regina are very serious as well.
I ask, are there any members opposed to the Honourable Member for Regina Luvan tabling said document? Any opposed? Okay, opposed? There's no support for unanimous consent to propose this motion to share documents. Now the other, another point of order? Oh, I see. Another point of order. The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Mr. Speaker, it's not a point of order. It was just simply having my hand ready for when we resume debate, as I had been in the queue before. So my apologies. Maybe I shouldn't have raised it as when I did.
No, perfectly fine. I thank the honourable member for Kings Hands for being eager to participate in debate. We're going to go through routine proceedings, and then we'll get back to government orders at that time. So it'll just be a few more minutes. We'll go now to tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. And I think we should have the Honourable Minister of Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32, Sub 2, I have the pleasure to table in both official languages copies of the 2019-2020 Annual Report for the Office of the Ombudsman for National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
From interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The committee advises that pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the Subcommittee on Private Members' Business met to consider the order for the second reading of a private member's public bill originating in the Senate and the items added to the order of precedence on Friday, December 11th, 2020, and recommended that the items listed herein, which it has determined should not be designated non-votable, be considered by the House.
Accordingly, pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the report is deemed adopted. Presentation of reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions, and I will we're going to do first those that have indicated virtually, and then we'll get members in the House, and I'll just go by the list that's been provided here. First to the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. Before we just go to him, there are a number of petitions. I'll ask members to be concise with their descriptions, not needed to debate these at this point. It is presenting from their own sponsors or constituents, just a brief description, and we'll go on to the next petition. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to present a petition on behalf of concerned Canadians who have taken issue with the treatment of the Uyghur and other Muslim minorities in China by the Communist Chinese government. Specifically, they're concerned around arbitrary detention, separation of children from families, invasive surveillance, destruction of cultural sites, forced labor, and even forced organ harvesting. I share the concerns and ask the government to respond.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also, I'm presenting petition for the Uyghur community genocide. The Chinese Communist Party is subjecting the Uyghur Muslims to atrocities which meets most, if not all, the criteria for genocide as outlined in the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Both the Trump and Biden administrations, along with members of Canada's subcommittees on international human rights, supported the genocide designation. Petitioners are calling on Parliament to formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide and to impose Magnitsky sanctions on those responsible for the heinous crimes being committed against the Uyghur people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor today of presenting another petition on the Uyghur situation in China. Petitioners are calling on the government to formally recognize that Uyghurs in China are being subject to genocide and impose Magnitsky sanctions on those people. The world was slow to react in Rwanda when there was a genocide there, and now it looks like the situation of the Uyghurs meets most, if not all, of the criteria for genocide as outlined in the UN Convention. And so we call the petitioners are calling on the government to do that and recognize that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me today to be joining my colleagues in tabling a petition calling on the government to recognize that Uyghur Muslims in China have been and are being subject to an ongoing genocide. This is following clear evidence supporting that there is forced abortion, forced insertion of IUDs, mass incarceration, various other crimes that meet the criteria of genocide. Petitioners are also calling on the government to impose Magnitsky sanctions, holding accountable those who are responsible for this genocide. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to table a petition signed by constituents of Nanaimo, Ladysmith. The petitioners call upon the House of Commons to commit to upholding the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's calls to action by immediately halting all existing and planned construction of the Coastal GasLink fracked pipeline project in Wet'suwet'en Territory and prioritizing the real implementation of the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. Thank you.
Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise virtually in the House today to present a petition from constituents who are concerned about an issue of sewage in the area of the Gulf Islands. To clarify quickly, it's not an issue of municipal sewage treatment, but of the recreational boaters, other vessels, and their ballast. It's to call on the government to declare that the Gulf Islands are a no-discharge zone. This would primarily affect boaters, including recreational boaters, and ensure a higher quality, water quality, and a higher protection for this very sensitive ecosystem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I present this petition calling on the government to recognize the genocide of Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang, China. I do so on this day when we remember the horrific attack on Muslim worshippers in our country who were gunned down as they peacefully kneeled in prayer. We have an opportunity to do more than just remember. We have a responsibility to eradicate such horrific religiously motivated violence, both here and abroad. We have heard at committee that Chinese Muslims are being subject to forced labor, invasive surveillance, forced abortions, sterilizations, and organ harvesting. If we're committed to assisting the development of religious freedom around the world, we need to strongly condemn religious persecution. So today, on the National Day of Remembrance of the Quebec City mosque attack, the petitioners urgently call for justice for Uyghur Muslims in China as well.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The petition I am tabling deals with the farmers from India. I represent hundreds of families that have both direct and indirect family connections to India's farmers, most of which are located in the Punjab. We respect the legislative independence of sovereign nations, but Canada must always stand for the protection of fundamental freedoms both at home and around the world. As peacefully protesting is a fundamental right in a democracy, and India is the world's largest democracy, the petitioners are calling upon Canadian parliamentarians to stand in support of Indian farmers who choose to have peaceful protests.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is my honor to present two petitions to the House today. The first is regarding the persecution of Uyghur Muslims in China, and certainly this is especially poignant, being that we remember the tragic deaths of those in the Quebec City mosque shooting today. These petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have and are being subject to genocide, and to use the Justice for Victims of of Foreign Corrupt Officials Act, known as the Magnitsky Act, to sanction those who are responsible. And Mr. Speaker, further, I would present a petition signed by hundreds of Canadians regarding the promise that was made both in the government's throne speech and the ongoing conversation about the need to ensure that there is accessible and affordable childcare across the country, and how this is not a political issue, but rather something that Canadians are expecting leadership on. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
And the honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise here today to present my very first petition to this House and on behalf of travel agents across Canada. The petitioners are bringing to the government's attention that when the travel industry issues refunds, the suppliers are requiring they return the commissions they made from work done up to a year ago. They are calling on the government to consider travel agents as external staffing for the travel suppliers and include this on any bailout terms, provided that previously paid travel agents' commissions not be subject to clawbacks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition on behalf of the residents of Pefferlaw, Ontario, in my riding of York Simcoe. The petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to rehabilitate the historic Pefferlaw Dam and ensure that the Pefferlaw River flows again. Built in the 1820s, the Pefferlaw Dam has cultural, historical, environmental, economic, and recreational significance to the residents and visitors to Pefferlaw, which is why their efforts are so important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Je pense à la fin des
I believe
I think that's the end of petitions.
Pour garder la présentation courte et précise. Merci beaucoup.
I'd like to thank the presenters for keeping the petitions short. And for those who presented in person in the House, just a reminder, I'd just like to remind those members to bring their petition documents.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, 2 points. The first one being that if the government's revised responses to questions number 208 and 251, originally tabled on January 25, 2021, could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
And is that also agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Reprise du débat en deuxième lecture du projet de loi C-18.
Resuming debate of Bill C-18, an act implements the Canada-United Kingdom Trade Continuity Act agreement.
Member for Regina Lubin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to rise today to discuss Bill C-8, the continuity agreement between Canada and the United Kingdom. And for a little bit of background, I'd just like to take us through the relationship that we've had with the United Kingdom and how we've gotten to this point so far. So the United Kingdom is the 5th largest trading partner and 3rd largest export market with two-way trade worth $29 billion as of 2019 with Canada. When the United Kingdom left the European Union on January 31st, 2020, a transitional period lasting until December 31st, 2020 went into effect. If no Canada-UK agreement was in place by the close of the transitional period, CETA, Canada's trade agreement with the EU, would no longer govern trade between Canada and the UK, and trade would instead be based under the UK Global Tariff Scheme. This would have been the worst-case scenario for Canadian business. In July of 2018, a notice was issued in the Canada Gazette that the government was intending to negotiate a Canada-UK trade agreement. Canada walked away from the trade negotiations with UK in March 2019, only to return to the table in July of 2020. When questioned on the status of this agreement in early November 2020, the Prime Minister made a remark that the UK lacked the bandwidth to finalize an agreement. despite the UK concluding negotiations with multiple countries. On November 21st, Canada and UK officials announced that an agreement had been reached. The government finally tabled the agreement in text of the enacting legislation, Bill C-18, on December 9th, 2020, just 2 House of Commons sitting days before CETA's application to the UK ended. During committee testimony, the minister stated that she had not coordinated with the Senate on this bill's passage, meaning it was likely not to be ratified by the end of 2020. As the government did not have time to pass the enacting legislation before year's end, on December 22nd, Canada and the UK reached a memorandum of understanding to provide continued preferential tariff treatment until the Canada-United Kingdom Trade Continuity Act is ratified. Mr. Speaker, I lay out these timelines because it's a continuing pattern with this government, and it should be a worrisome pattern to Canadians. It seems that this government only takes action on files and on issues when it comes to the crisis point. And that's no way to govern, Mr. Speaker. And there's countless examples of this to lay out this pattern of basically waiting until the 12th hour and not willing to make a decision until one is foisted upon this government. You saw it when it came to the CUSMA, the new NAFTA negotiations. Our negotiators were late coming to the table. The United States was negotiating with Mexico before our negotiators were even there. And I don't lay that at the feet of the public servants within Canada. I lay that at the feet of this government, this Prime Minister, and the former Foreign Affairs Minister, who waited and waited and waited to get engaged and get involved with the administration on behalf of Canadians in the States. We needed to have competent people at that table trying to fight to ensure that we got the best possible trade deal when it came to CUSMA as possible. And unfortunately, they failed Canadians once again because they waited till the last hour to try and negotiate a deal. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we saw it recently again when it came to the cancellation of the Keystone XL expansion. We know that President Biden campaigned on this veto. It shouldn't have came as a surprise to this government, but what we should have been doing for not just the 4 days before he was inaugurated, but the months after he became president-elect, and really years prior, going to Washington, having our ambassador promote the idea of the Keystone XL tirelessly, talking about how well our oil sector is doing environmentally, talking about how a Keystone XL pipeline creates jobs not only in Canada but in America as well. That's what we should be doing differently. When I talk about the Keystone XL, people say, what would you do differently? Well, there's a start, Mr. Speaker. The start of being a proud advocate on behalf of our energy sector, being an advocate on behalf of Canadian businesses, not always being the last one to the dance, not being the last one to the table, and trying to play catch-up every time there is a new decision that needs to be made. We also saw this in other negotiations by this government recently. We saw it when the COVID outbreak, pandemic started. You know, I was new in this chamber, so I'm slowly learning the processes of what it takes to pass legislation. But there's a lot of people that have been here for a long time, especially on the government side of the bench. But once again, they foisted a huge spending bill on this House and said, you need to pass this because we weren't prepared. You need to pass this so spending gets out the door. I remember we had 4 hours to debate hundreds of billions of dollars worth of spending because this government wasn't prepared. This government isn't providing certainty to Canadians. So time and time again, when it comes to us having opportunities to not only oppose legislation or oppose agreements, but take a fine eye and go through and help the government make better decisions and help them come up with better trade agreements and better legislation, this government has been found lacking continuously. We see it again when we look at, they had a crisis again because we had to approve the continuation of COVID spending because they didn't realize that it was coming to this, it was sunsetting the COVID programs and they had to continue them. Well, where's the foresight, Mr. Speaker? Where is the foresight for Canadians to ensure that the programs are there? Where's the foresight for Canadian businesses when you're making agreements with the UK or with the United States and being there earlier to talk and to advocate on behalf of what Canadians want to see in this agreement? You know, they could take a page out of what we saw from Japan during the UK negotiations. Japan's trade delegation was able to secure a free trade agreement with the United Kingdom on October 23rd, several months before Canada was ready to move ahead with an agreement. Like Canada's agreement, Japan's agreement is very similar to what they had in place when the UK was still a member of the European Union. Unlike Canada's agreement, however, the UK and Japan were able to identify and eliminate enough trade barriers to result in an additional 15 billion pounds, or over 25 billion Canadian dollars, in trade between their two countries. And they made sure that the agreement was already firmly in place before the trade agreement deadline of January 1st, 2021. So not only did they deliver Japanese businesses and investors a head start over other countries, but they were able to take advantage of new negotiating positions and secure big wins for their automotive sector. Mr. Speaker, could you imagine a government that has the foresight to make trade deals sooner and make those deals better and in favor of the businesses from which the country they represent? Wouldn't that be a great country to be a part of, Mr. Speaker? To have a government that actually cares about some of the industries that we know they have a difficult with the philosophy of being an energy independent country. We understand that they don't like what we do in Western Canada. They don't like the energy sector. I remember when the Prime Minister let it slip. He wants to phase out the energy sector, phase out the oil sands. Well, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, through the litany of promises he's made and broken, this might be the one promise he actually succeeds on, and that's phasing out the energy sector across Western Canada, which is not going to only damage us in Saskatchewan and Alberta and Newfoundland, but it's going to damage us across the country. Because when the energy sector does well in Canada, Canadians do well and our economy does well. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's imperative that people realize we are being forced to make decisions in crisis mode because this government continuously has the lack of foresight to try and do the groundwork to make sure the Canadians are getting the best deal, whether it comes from CUSMA or the Canada-United Kingdom trade agreement, or whether it comes from the cancellation of Keystone XL. This government continues to show Canadians that they do not have the ability to govern competently, and that for sure means that we need a government that is working hard for Canadians, respects all industries in this country, and wants to secure the future for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. We'll first go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business, Export Promotion and International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And there are no shortage of points raised in my honourable colleague's speech, which I would like to correct. But perhaps just to mention off of the top, when he refers to CUSMA, that I should remind him that it was actually extensive months of work by all members of the House of Commons in order to negotiate a successful agreement that was the result of the president of the time threatening to rip up the NAFTA agreement. And if he doesn't want to take my word for it or the minister's responsible word for it, then I would suggest that he perhaps speak to former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. With respect to the Canada-UK free trade agreement that is the subject of the bill we are discussing today, Mr. Speaker, I would like to hear from my honourable colleague with respect to the farmers and producers in Saskatchewan in his region, because what I am hearing from those very farmers is that they would like this agreement to get ratified as soon as possible so that they can benefit from this trade agreement.
Member for Regina Leuven.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and I just remind that honourable colleague that they weren't even at the table when Mexico and the United States were bargaining and negotiating CUSMA. So I think I'll take what she has to say with a little bit of grain of salt. And when it comes to the farmers in my home province of Saskatchewan, I'm happy a Liberal finally noticed that we do have farmers in Saskatchewan. And yes, without a doubt, the trade agreement should get ratified and should get done so we can continue to have that trade with the United Kingdom. However, and this point cannot be made enough, is they're always so late coming to the table. They're so late coming to a trade agreement deal where we have to accept whatever is foisted upon us. Why couldn't this government be like Japan and make better trade agreements within that trade?
Question commentaire. La députée de Berthier.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, since we're talking about agriculture, my esteemed colleague, who sits on the Agriculture Committee with me, and I greatly appreciate him, mentioned the issue of the lack of transparency in the negotiations. Behind closed doors, we're being given this at the last minute, and we're asked to vote it through in a hurry. Does my colleague not believe that the agricultural sector, which has been sacrificed frequently recently, for example, the supply managed sector, does my colleague not think that we should protect the agricultural sector and we should adopt Bill 216 to avoid any more surprises?
Leuven.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague very much for his question, and I also appreciate his great work on the Agriculture Standing Committee, and it's an honor to serve with him. And our committee has done a lot of work promoting farmers, and we're doing a study right now to see how we could increase capacity in our processing across the country. And one thing that we should do whenever we come into trade negotiations and make sure that we have farmers across the country in the forefront of our mind when we're making trade deals. Because in Canada, we have the best agriculture producers in the world, and we need to continue to promote those great quality of products, whether it be poultry, whether it be milk, whether lentils, pulse crops, and we have to ensure that the world knows that Canada has the highest quality goods, and we want to make sure we have trade agreements in place that have the backs of our farmers across the country.
We have time just for one short question. We'll take one from the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we missed the questions for the last speaker, and I was hoping to ask him about the record for the Harper government and the Canada-China FIPA, which is an outrageous agreement that has a 15-year clause on it before we can get out of that agreement, unlike all our other FIPAs, which are a one-year get-out clause. And that agreement gives Chinese state-owned corporations extraordinary powers to invest in this country and then challenge our laws and policies when they don't like them. And I'd like to ask the honourable member about this agreement and about what he thinks about giving the communist China so much power over our resources and over foreign investment in this country.
For Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I always enjoy comments coming from my colleague from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, and he mentioned the word resources, and that makes me laugh. This coming from a member that's wanted to crush the resource sector in Canada since he took a spot in the House of Commons. This coming from a member that wants to is happy to say oil is dead across the country and support his leader when she said the Keystone XL got vetoed. Yahoo! So him to stand up and ask that question is beyond the point of hypocritical. And if he wanted to support our energy sector, he should ask his leader to stop making ridiculous claims and actually get on board and support the hardworking men and women across our country that go to work every day in our resource sector and do a fantastic job every day.
Juste avant, nous continuons.
Before continuing, I'd just like to give the House notice that there have been 5 hours of debate in the first turn of debate on this motion. So all following speeches will be limited to 10 minutes for the speech and 5 minutes for the question and comment period. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London, on a point of order.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment. There was the previous speaker, from the Green Party, noted and made comment that he was not able to ask questions regarding his concerns, and noted that a member was not in the chamber at the time. I just recognize that we're all working together because we understand that this bill, we want to get it through, and that we want to have debate collapse. So we're really aware of the time. So let's all work together and get this done. So thank you very much.
I thank the honourable member for her comments. I'm going to take one. Is it on the same point of order, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands? All right,
yes,
the honourable member.
Very, very briefly, I was paying attention as well, and while I appreciate the point that my honourable colleague from the Conservative Party just made, I wanted to correct the record in that the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith did not point out the presence or absence of anyone in the House. He merely said there was no opportunity to ask questions of the speaker before, who spoke right before QP. I just didn't want to...
Okay. I thank the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I don't want to get into a debate on this question, so let me just say that for the benefit of other honourable members, when an honourable member, the previous one being the member for Battle River Crowfoot, was interrupted and was unable to do the 5 minutes of questions and comments because it was time for statements by members and thereafter question period. When that happens, it's not always available. Sometimes members will have to get on and do other things. But when this occurs, the likelihood of there being a continuation of that 5 minutes for questions and comments is not always assured. So members shouldn't be surprised if that in fact occurs in the course of the sitting day. And I ask honourable members patience in that regards. When that, if the member is not available to take that time for remaining questions and comments, we move on to the next speaker on the list and carry on the debate. So I thank honourable members for their patience. And maintenant, nous allons inviter...
And now we will invite the honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé to take the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finally, well, it's a great pleasure for me to speak to the House on C-228 and the free trade agreement. The Bloc has always been in favor. You won't be surprised to learn that we will support this bill. We approve the agreement and make the necessary changes to legislation for the transition period and the coming into force. The goal of the agreement, what it's important to understand, is to ensure the free flow of trade. This is of capital importance for our companies, particularly in Quebec. What does the agreement do? It eliminates 98% of tariffs on Canadian exports, ensures the public markets and their service investment agreements on intellectual property, sustainable development, protect the environment, labor standards. All these things will be renewed, so this is positive and why we're in favor. However, we must expect an increase in competition between the different countries because the reality has changed, and this country will be entitled to change its tariffs for other partners, particularly those who are members of the WTO. Unfortunately, in this agreement, there is no additional access for our supply managed sectors. And I say fortunately, and I would like to add a word of caution, for the moment. Let's be realistic. This is a transitional agreement while we wait for a permanent agreement to be signed. There is also the letter with regard to cheese and cheese shipments until 2023 from Great Britain, which are part of the quotas granted to the European Union But then it's up to the UK to negotiate. So the UK will decide, and also it will decide whether it will discuss with its trading partner, Canada and Quebec, as to what can come in. I don't want to be pessimistic, but let me tell you, they will ask for more cheese to be allowed in. We'll have to be vigilant, and we will be. There is no question here, because no matter what happens with cheese exports, it's not up to Quebec and Canadian producers to pay for the UK's choice. This must be clear from the start. Obviously, you know that our producers throughout the country, particularly in Quebec, are asking us, and let me quote Danielle Gobet, we're asking the federal government, as it did in the transitional agreement between Canada and the UK, so we're talking about today, to continue to keep its commitment to no longer make concessions in the dairy sector and other trade negotiations. Mr. Gobet is speaking about the dairy sector, but other representatives of the producers' federations have talked about poultry and other sectors, and also the processors need to be considered. They're always forgotten. Let's therefore be vigilant. And the best way to do that and be vigilant and protect the sectors which are central to our economy, like dairy production, as Mr. Gobet said, that represents 6.2 billion of our GDP. And that the best way would be to adopt the legislation tabled by the bloc, C216, to exclude supply-managed sectors from the next trade negotiations. Of course, we understand the concerns that some people express. Yes, we must ensure that it doesn't undermine a future agreement, but every country has sectors that they protect. I think they've already given up 18% here, so we shouldn't give up any more. This fight will continue, and I would say to parliamentarians, even if they've made up their minds, they can change their minds and support the bill. With regard to compensation, with regard to the promises, my colleague in the Agricultural Committee, in a response, said to me that we must promote our products. Well, that's a great idea. In our next negotiations, let's promote supply management instead of cutting it up and giving it away left and right. Let's teach this efficient system, this well-proven system. It works well for our producers. Let's show them the way. We are entitled to boast sometimes and say, look, let's do this. I apologize if you are hearing me say things, but Falardeau used to say, if you lie down, they'll step on you. But if you stand up, they will stop and listen. Sometimes we have to protect our sectors. So I invite you to support C216. I cannot prevent myself from saying that, Mr. Speaker. We condemn, obviously, we are for the agreement. I said this when I started my speech. But we condemn the lack of transparency. Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing speakers throughout the debate, and they have said, well, it's not normal that we don't have the text, but we have to understand here. The Standing Committee on International Trade had sat, I think, during 7 or 8 meetings in the fall with no text, no documents. And there were meetings during the summer, no documents. Do you know when then they got the documents? The day they had to hand the report in. And I can't show you the document, but I would have liked to. But it's like it's not a 2-page letter. It's a thick document like this. Come on. It's a real masquerade. What is that? This government is always putting us in this emergency, last-minute situation. They make no sense. We really need to think when we had to vote in a panic in the fall on the measures that needed to be provided to help the population and everything because the government preferred to shut down Parliament, to hide a scandal? Can we not work properly? Since October 2019, what we've been saying in the bloc hasn't changed. We, of course, we're going to promote Quebec sovereignty. I hope that I'll have time to talk more, but we want to be constructive and work to make files progress, to make people allow people to go back to work, ensure the economy can work properly. But if we don't know what's happening, all the improvements that could be included, and even when we do get commitments, I'm thinking of the Canadian Emergency Student Benefit. We had a commitment, an official commitment here in the House. It's recorded. And it wasn't respected. It took months before it happened. There was an agreement with the NDP as well on another issue. And we were told we would get the documents in advance, but no. So transparency is important. It's extremely important. It makes no sense when there isn't. And it doesn't make sense when it comes at the last minute either. So we have to look at our system. And I would invite the government members and other party members to think about this, because we have to have a process. We can't just play in these B movies and vote on agreements with our backs to the wall and knives to our throats because people can't go and buy their groceries if they don't get the money. And the same thing has happened with this agreement. So we'll have to think about ensuring that provinces and Quebec can participate. My colleague, who sits on the Standing Committee on International Trade, moved in committee a motion to invite Quebec to sit in on the negotiations. It was refused, denied by many people, including the Conservatives, who in recent weeks are trying to court Quebec and say that everything they want is going to be accepted, but that's not necessarily true. I'm told I have, less than 1 minute left. Do you know what was good about Brexit is that it is independence. Here we have an eloquent example of a country that is recuperating its power to negotiate agreements, including trade agreements. And unlike all the Federalists who always try to tell us this is a horror story, they decided to leave the EU. Canada obviously wasn't there because we're always there at the last minute. We still have an agreement. Trade is still going. It's still happening. Of course, there are little adjustments that will be made, but there'll be no drama. And we're the 5th top country that trades with the UK. But trade is not going to stop with us. And we'll be able to sign our agreements and protect our important sectors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business and International Trade. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that speech. I had a clarification to ask in order to tell him that our studying committee was a pre-study of the feasibility of the possibility of signing an agreement, a transitional agreement with the UK, and we anticipate or in waiting for C-18 to ensure that it can pass so we can move forward with the text of the agreement. My question is this. Did we stand up for our dairy producers? I think that we did. And I think that if we could, for one moment, just a small moment in the House, if we could be happy with, as Quebecers, and say, we kept our word and we protected our dairy producers in Quebec and across Canada. Mr. Gobeil came to committee. He thanked the Prime Minister and the Minister for having kept their word and protected the agricultural sector. Does my colleague agree with what we've done? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that very, very interesting question. There's a lot of things that I could talk about with regard to the committee. The pre-study and the possibility of, well, that's not serious. We're elected officials. We are managing the country. We have to have a text, a document. I don't want to talk about that. But as for Mr. Gobet, yes, you managed to save the house. You saved the house. But there was a fire. And Mr. Gobet, what he's asking today, yes, he perhaps said yes, that you saved the house, but it'll have to be cleaned to get all the smoke out. But I would still invite all the members in the House to vote on C-216.
Member for Victoria. There she is. Member for Victoria, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear you. I just wanted to thank the member for his speech, and I wanted to hear his thoughts on investor state provisions. We were supposed to see provisions that would improve transparency, but foreign companies will still have access to a special court system to challenge Canadian laws without going through domestic courts. And Canada's already one of the most sued countries in the world under ISDS. These existing ISDS measures have also contributed to a regulatory chill where governments fail to take actions in the public interest that they fear might trigger an investor claim. Does the member agree that it's irresponsible for the government to not adequately protect Canadians from this kind of regime?
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Victoria for the question. I'll be brief. Yes. Yes, we have to protect ourselves against this, and the good news in the agreement with the UK is this. The dispute resolution mechanism does not come into force for 3 years, so it'll be a good opportunity to hurry up and negotiate. I'm sending the government a message here. Don't wait until it's 11:59. You tabled the bill, and there were 2 days before the end of the session at Christmas, so that was a joke. So please give us some time, and I agree with the MP from Victoria. We really have to stop this trend and protect the state sovereignty because we have to protect the sovereignty of the people living there. Thank you. Next question, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, I believe you are on mute. The interpreter regrets, but the sound is not sufficient for interpretation. Please lower your boom mic, then we could hear you properly. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You are doing an excellent job. I apologize for the problem. I'd like to tell my colleague from the bloc this. I'd like to ask a question. We are opposed to agreements with investor state agreements. We find it quite unfortunate to have treaties protecting the rights of major foreign companies and not Canada's local economy. What is the bloc's position with regard to investor state agreements? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to be asked to get the floor from such a wonderful speaker. I want to thank my colleague from the Green Party for the question. It's essentially the same question as previously asked. I would just like to reiterate my position. We are in favor of protecting state sovereignty because we are in favor of protecting the sovereignty of the population. We have to ensure that we avoid that companies can take the government to court. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored to have the floor by this new speaker, as my colleague from Maskinongé said. First of all, I would like to thank someone who has worked very hard for us in the Bloc Québécois in this area, and that is my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bocote, for the work, obviously, that was done in committee to defend the Bloc's position, but also for all the work that he does for Quebecers, on behalf of Quebecers, to make this issue of trade agreements more realistic to people, because it seems quite an intellectual debate at times. And there are concrete consequences, including when it comes to independence, which obviously is the reason for our political party. I want to thank my colleague, my colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé, who talked about C216, and we see that everything is related, that the Bloc does, that we do to defend food sovereignty and agriculture. So I want to thank him for showing us how this teamwork can be done to ensure that Quebec is heard well and well defended.
Bien sûr.
Of course, the Bloc Québécois, and we've said this a number of times, we support Bill C-18. We're not questioning trade deals in any way, the need for them, the need for trade and for trade deals. We've known for a long time that this is a pathway to enrichment, both economic and social and cultural. I think it's important to repeat, and I'll come back to this, how this went through committee, how committee dealt with this temporary deal. It's a transitional deal. And this is an example that there was no vacuum created. There's no black hole when a country tries to regain its sovereignty. So, and the same thing goes for trade deals. Things don't fall through the cracks. There's a fluidity, a continuity, and this is reassuring for businesses and for our economy. There's no interruption. It's a seamless transition. And it was mentioned earlier that just because it's temporary or transitional doesn't mean that it can't be improved on. This is an opportunity to tweak the deal and make some improvements. And that was an issue that, for example, with dispute settlement, that's a possibility and it's positive, and this is something that we will address in the months to come. One of the first things I'd like to draw your attention to, and I feel like I've harped on this issue a number of times in this Parliament and in the previous one, and I'm talking about transparency in all its shapes and forms. And I'll come back to how this was dealt with in committee, how the committee became seized with this bill. I think it's totally irregular what happened in committee, and I wanted to point that out. And I could briefly give you a description of what happened. I think, and I give you an analogy in our private lives, whether it's when you're signing a contract to buy a car, that's a very down-to-earth example, or whether it's a marriage contract, which can also be very down-to-earth, despite the amorous dimension of it. But let's more seriously talk about the consequences of these agreements. Those consequences have to be understood, and the parties have to have an opportunity to express what they want to get out of a deal. That's the whole point in having an agreement, is that the parties discuss and arrive at a mutually acceptable agreement. But this bill was tabled on December 9th, just 2 days before the end of the session, the parliamentary session. And that's where my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot was talking about theater of the absurd, and I would go even further because I think we were all aware of what was happening. So this bill was introduced, and we were supposed to produce a report. Imagine it. So debate and express yourselves, make comments and consider all the issues and make a report. And we had to issue that report before we even knew what was in the deal. It makes no sense whatsoever. It's absurd. It's completely illogical. And in fact, it goes to our parliamentary privilege. We are supposed to be lawmakers. We're supposed to be able to deliberate and hold the government accountable. And when we can't even see what's in the bill, what's in the deal, I don't think my constituents would be very happy if I voted for a bill without even seeing what was in it, with no idea what the impact might be. And what am I just supposed to, as a submissive opposition member, supposed to trust the government and trust that it's all being done in good faith? So I think that speaks for itself. The procedure speaks for itself. So I have a right to legislate and to deliberate and to hold the government accountable. So in order to do that, of course, we need the information. So personally, I'll put it another way, but I think it was irresponsible the way this was done. And as a member of parliament and as a citizen, I think we need to learn from our mistakes and always try to do better. And that is what I would encourage you to do in the future. This could be done better. This could have been done better, and it shouldn't be repeated. We shouldn't get the information at the last minute. We can do our work quite quickly, but it still requires a certain amount of time to do properly. Let's go over some of the history that's interesting, particularly interesting to us separatists or independentists. And I already thanked my colleague for his analysis of one facet of Brexit and the withdrawal of the UK from the EU. This is a first, a historical first, and it sets a precedent for Quebec on its path toward independence. And we like to move from the theoretical to the concrete. A lot of threats were raised, a lot of fear-mongering around the economic consequences of separation. But I think this shows that it can be done without great financial upheaval or economic upheaval. And my colleague mentioned that it's not just economic considerations that lead a country to want independence. So let's look at the concrete effects of a country deciding to regain its sovereignty like the UK has done here. There was no vacuum when the Brexit occurred. The UK had already established 60 deals out of the 70 trading partners that it had. So 60 deals were already negotiated out of 70. And they even have one now with Japan, which they didn't have before under the EU. So when you talk about economic turbulence, I really feel like saying, look, wherever you go, there's turbulence. Wherever you fly, there's going to be turbulence, but you still get to your destination. So I'm told that I have to speed up a little bit, but just to conclude on this issue of sovereignty and the desire to take charge of our own affairs, we don't want things that matter dearly to us, like our culture, like our food sovereignty, our supply management, our border controls. We don't want these things to be bargaining chips. We don't want them traded away without our say-so. This is part of our identity as a people. These are things we want to control, and we don't want to see them traded away in trade negotiations. And that's why we'd like to enter into our own trade deals. This is what people back home want: supply management, softwood lumber, aluminum, and everything that makes Quebec, Quebec. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, and you're doing a great job. I just want to say that I hope this isn't the first step at a move for independence by putting a bloc member in the chair. But I do want to say that I've listened to members from the bloc talk a lot about what I perceive to be the downplaying of the economic reality of what would happen if Quebec took on its own independence when it comes to economic trade and stuff like that. And I've asked a couple members in the past, but can you comment, or can she comment, Madam Speaker, a little bit on what she sees that economic reality looking like? I've just heard it being downplayed without having actually heard any reality of what that would look like if it actually transpired.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. I'd like to, when it comes to fears around Quebec independence, I would say, Madam Speaker, that that's the only argument federalists have is fear. And fear is an irrational thing. Jacques Parizeau had written on his tombstone, "Do not be afraid." And I would say that as independentists, we are not afraid. Independence is a stimulating idea. It motivates everyone here from the Bloc Québécois every day when we stand up and take the floor. So certainly fear-mongering is hardly going to stop us from doing the work we need to do. Quebec is a viable country. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And putting my question to the Honourable Member for Misconduct, very concerned about any comparison that suggests that what happened in the UK, being within the European Union, was a loss of sovereignty for the UK. I think that the parallels with Quebec and Canada and conflating them with the UK within the European Union is a false comparison. There are many other aspects of the multilateralism of the European Union and the UK's place within it that we should not celebrate as they rip apart what had been an effective functioning protection for the environment, for human rights, and a display of multilateralism that was a good example for the world. Within Canada, with the Honourable Member, and I respect that we have different views about the nation of Canada and the place that Quebec has within it. But does she not agree with me that Canada would be so much the poorer if we were to lose the critical role that Quebec plays in environmental policy, in our cultural policies, and in our social fabric?
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have so many things to say in answer to my colleague. First of all, it was the UK's choice to do that. And withdrawing from a trade deal does not mean that the UK will not respect human rights or environmental issues, because that's what she was getting at. And she said that when if Quebec leaves, yeah, we do have issues, but let's just talk about the environment right now. What's going on in Canada right now, Quebec is an environmental leader. It's a leader in green energy, clean energy, and we're already at a disadvantage by being stuck in Canada because the money Canada is giving out, handing out, is still going to the oil patch, and we're not getting anything for our green energies. So I think that's enough there. But I have one last point I would make. Trade deals are so important to nations and to peoples, because C-18, we all talked about C-18, but we keep coming back to the issue of Quebec independence. So you can see how the economy is closely associated with this issue of independence, and it would be beneficial for Quebec. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments very quickly. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Shefford is on mute. Hello. Okay, Madam Speaker, I'd like to hear my colleague on what appears to the Liberals keep coming back to, and that is the lack of transparency. We saw this with We Charity. We saw this with vaccines. it's a dangerous tendency of the Liberals to lack transparency towards Canadians. Now, member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for Shefford for her question. This lack of transparency is an affront to democracy. That's what the Liberals do day after day, session after session in this Parliament. We've seen it in various ways. And I expect more from a government, and I expect I hope as an elected official to defend our democracy. And in a democracy, you should be able to make enlightened decisions on things that are of the highest concern to our constituents, Quebecers. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know how much time we have left. To answer the question, I'm told 13 minutes. 16 minutes, rather. Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to speak on Bill C-18, an act to implement the Canada-United Kingdom Trade Continuity Agreement. Let me say at the outset that I support the passage of this legislation so that this agreement can be studied at committee. Let me also say in unequivocal terms that it is absolutely vital that Canada achieve a permanent comprehensive trade agreement with the United Kingdom. It is vital for jobs. It is vital for trade stability, having regard for the fact that the United Kingdom is Canada's 5th largest trading partner and 3rd largest export market. And it is vital having regard for the special relationship that Canada enjoys with the United Kingdom. Our countries share a common history and common values. Indeed, I can think of no more special of a relationship that Canada enjoys than that with the United Kingdom, other than perhaps the United States. And so, in light of that, a common history and common values, and the fact that trade between Canada and the United Kingdom is a big deal, with $29 billion of two-way merchandise trade in 2019, with opportunities to expand, that 5 years after the Brexit referendum, this government has failed to achieve a permanent, comprehensive trade agreement with the United Kingdom. What we have instead is a temporary agreement, a transitory agreement, an agreement that really merely continues the terms of trade between Canada and the United Kingdom on the terms of CETA. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear that the CETA agreement was a groundbreaking agreement negotiated under the leadership of Prime Minister Harper by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford, while he served as Minister of International Trade. And on the whole, it has been a win for Canada in terms of trade with the European Union broadly and in the context of trade with the United Kingdom. That being said, CETA was negotiated several years ago. And in that regard, I would submit it constitutes the floor. We could do better, and we have not yet to date. Mr. Speaker, why have we not done better? Well, it seems that the basis for not doing better is this government's set of priorities. For much of the past 5 years, this government has been focused on, when it comes to trade, a trade deal with communist China an unreliable trading partner that doesn't share our values, instead of focusing on a trade agreement with countries like the United Kingdom that are reliable trading partners and that do share our values. In March of 2019, at the very first opportunity, Canada walked out of negotiations with the United Kingdom. This government then proceeded to sit on its hands, not just for weeks, not just for months, but for well more than a year. This government continued to sit on its hands even after the EU-UK withdrawal agreement took effect in January 2020. The withdrawal agreement set in motion the date upon which the European Union and the United Kingdom would sever their ties, and consequently that the United Kingdom would be no longer a party to CETA, that date being December 31st of 2020. Notwithstanding that, not in the face of that, while other countries secured trade agreements, permanent trade agreements with the United Kingdom, this government instead chose to let the clock tick. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, and this government achieved nothing. Then in November, we got this continuity trade agreement, a copy and paste of CETA, the floor, rather than something closer to the ceiling. And then the government differed yet again. The government failed to bring forward enabling legislation until 2 days before the House rose for Christmas. Mr. Speaker, that made it virtually impossible to ratify a trade agreement by the December 31st deadline. And so, as a result of this government's mismanagement, Canada was put at the precipice in terms of its trade relationship with the United Kingdom of being governed whereby there would be no trade agreement and therefore governed by WTO rules, a completely untenable situation that was only averted as a result of a memorandum of understanding that this government entered into on December 22nd, 9 days before the December 31st deadline. Mr. Speaker, talk about cutting it close. Mr. Speaker, talk about a lack of a plan, and talk about a lack of prioritizing Canada's important trading relationship with the United Kingdom, and more broadly, the very special relationship that we enjoy with the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, as I say, maintaining CETA terms does provide stability. It provides continuity in terms of the exchange of goods and services between Canada and the United Kingdom, and that is a good thing. But we could have done a lot better. We could have addressed a number of issues with CETA, including around non-tariff barriers, in terms of opportunities to expand the export of agricultural products and goods, particularly in respect of beef and pork, where we have had significant challenges with the European Union, and an opportunity to expand in opportunities for investment, to achieve greater regulatory alignment, to closen the relationship between Canada and the United Kingdom. Now, it is true that this agreement does contemplate that within a year of the ratification of this agreement, that negotiations are to commence towards a comprehensive trade agreement to be concluded within 3 years. But there is no mechanism to require that to happen. There is no sunset clause on this agreement. And so consequently, what we have is a purportedly temporary agreement that might in fact be a permanent agreement. I hope that is not so. I hope the government refocuses. I hope the government prioritizes getting back to the negotiating table, something that they largely failed to do over the last 5 years, and engage with what Prime Minister Boris Johnson, correctly, I believe, in describing the United Kingdom as, quote, open, generous, outward-looking, internationalist, and free trading. Let's get back to the negotiating table to negotiate a permanent, comprehensive trade deal that will be a win-win for Canada and the United Kingdom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening to my colleague's intervention today, and although I recognize the fact that he accepts that this interim agreement is important and is acceptable for now, I don't seem to appreciate, or I don't seem to see him appreciate why businesses might actually want that stability now. I know certainly businesses in my community that do a lot of exporting are going to want to know at this time that they know what to depend on. They know that the continuity is there. What they're used to continues to exist. Right now, in the middle of a pandemic, is not the time, in my opinion, when businesses want to start worrying about and having the anxiety over understanding how trade relationships, especially with a country like the UK, might be affected. So I'm wondering if he wants to comment on how he sees this from a business perspective in terms of that continuity.
Honourable Member, for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Kingston and the Islands. And he is right. Continuity is important. Certainty is important to Canadian businesses that do business in the United Kingdom. And that is why it is unfortunate that we have this 11th hour agreement that left Canadian businesses in a precarious position, not knowing until the 11th hour that there would in fact be, at this point, an interim agreement, a carryover agreement. And as a result, business, labor, many sectors across Canada and this Parliament were not adequately consulted. It has been a failed process, and it is an unfortunate one. It could have been worse, but it certainly should have been better.
Question et commentaire. La députée de Berthier-Maskinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We heard from our colleague across the way that there can be a necessary anxiety for businesses. So I'd like to hear from my colleague who just made a speech. I'd like to hear from him about the anxiety that parliamentarians feel when they have to work on international trade agreements without getting the text, and the anxiety of supply-managed producers. And in conclusion, I'd like to hear from him whether he believes that we should adopt Bill 216 to avoid bad surprises and anxiety for our agricultural producers.
St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to the member for Berthier-Maskinongé. And he is right that there has been a lot of uncertainty. And he is also right to suggest that this government has no reason to brag when it comes to supply-managed sectors. This government, after all, did not get a deal on that. All they got was an extension of the current terms of CETA. And with respect to this government's record when it comes to supply-managed sectors in terms of delivering, for example, compensation in respect of other agreements, we know that they have failed to meet the promises that they made.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague. I have some questions to ask him if he's concerned about the government saying that they will start negotiations in a year, and their goal is for 3 years with no sunset clause. So if they don't reach their goal in 3 years, I guess they go for another goal for another 3 years, and if they don't reach that, they go for another goal for another 3 years. Is he concerned that there's no sunset clause here to make a permanent an agreement Because right now they're not bound to anything. They just can continue to go on. So I'd like to hear his comments on that, please.
A member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, thank you to my colleague from Hamilton Mountain. And in short, yes, I am concerned about the absence of a sunset clause. Although this agreement is being billed as a temporary transitionary agreement, a carryover agreement, and the government has gone to pains to emphasize that fact, there is no guarantee. It could, in fact, be a permanent agreement, hence the need for the government to focus and get back to the table so that we do have a permanent agreement like other countries have achieved that we have not.
Just un bref commentaire.
A brief comment before putting the question. I very much appreciate that the honourable member for Saint-Jean replaced me for a few moments. That's something that happens sometimes on a Friday. She even had a point of order and some tech issues. So I'd like to thank her for her excellent work. The question.
Madame Ing, appuyée par Madame Anand, propose que le projet de loi C-18, loi portant.
Ms. Ing, seconded by Ms. Anand, moves that Bill C-18 enact to implement the Agreement on Trade Continuity between Canada and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, as usual, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. I see the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands rise.
Division.
En conséquence, pursuant to an order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Monday, February the 1st, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. It being 1:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming debate on Bill C-229, an act to repeal certain restrictions on shipping, standing in the name of Mr. Cumming.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I believe I only got about a minute into that. I'm not 100% sure, so I think I have about 9 minutes to go. If you can just kind of give me a thumbs up if that's the case, or.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary raises a good point, and it's good for him to check. In fact, for our records, he has the full 10 minutes for his remarks. I think it's 10 minutes. Wait, 10 or 20? We're at 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
I'll take 20.
Members are thinking that maybe you should have 20, but we'll go with the first idea. The Honourable Member for 10 minutes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I always love the chamber, or the love that I sense from the chamber. I'll take the 10 minutes. Mr. Speaker, when I think of Bill C-229, the first thing that comes to my mind is that the Conservative Party isn't necessarily in tune with what the expectations that Canadians have with respect to the responsibilities and the need to commit to protecting our environment, whether it's on land or on water. And I must say I'm a little bit surprised, and it'll be interesting to see in terms of, is it the entirety of the Conservative caucus that supports Bill C-229? The essence of the bill is to actually repeal Bill C-48. Now, members might recall Bill C-48. That was the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act. That is something that actually passed back in June of 2019. And if you were to review the debates, Mr. Speaker, you would find that it was fairly well discussed, whether it was in committee or on the floor of the House. And it was interesting at the time. The only party that actually took the Bill 48 to task in terms of not in favor of it was, in fact, the Conservative Party. New Democrats, members of the Green, actually supported Bill C-48. Members of the Bloc supported C-48. And I like to think, Mr. Speaker, that all in all, the Government of Canada has done a good job in terms of balancing the important issue of our environment and economic development. And, it's been demonstrated by policy decisions, and examples of that include Bill C-48, the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act, which received support from all other political parties, as I just identified, provincial jurisdictions in Canada. Many of them were very supportive of the need for the moratorium. And then you take a look at other issues, like as a government, we worked very closely with the provincial NDP premier. We were able to achieve, for example, the LNG. The LNG is something that's good for the province of British Columbia, therefore good for Canada. We're talking about I think it was the single largest private government investment in infrastructure, and ensuring that LNG would in fact get off the ground wouldn't have been possible had it not been for example, from the support from the NDP in the province of British Columbia. And you could go over to the Trans Mountain. Trans Mountain is ultimately successful in building, under construction, ensuring that, again, we're able to move a natural resource to the coast this time. And that is something, I must say, that the former government, Stephen Harper, was never able to actually do, Mr. Speaker. And I like to think that the reason why we have been successful in terms of recognizing these valuable projects is because, as a government, we are also very much aware of and sensitive to our environment, Indigenous concerns, and responding to what it is that Canadians expect government to be responding to. And I believe that at the end of the day, that Bill C-229 actually moves us backwards. And the first thing that comes to my mind when I start to see legislation of this nature is, what else can we anticipate from the Conservative Party that they feel that we need to move backwards on? I suspect that if we were to canvass Canadians, that they would find that there's fairly good support. And when we get the type of general acceptance on environmental initiatives, the Conservative Party needs to wake up and sense that reality. But Mr. Speaker, what I think in terms of this whole conservative spin seems to be more focused on trying to give a false impression that you cannot handle the environment and the economy in such a way in which we can see the continued development of natural resources, when in fact you can. And we've demonstrated that, Mr. Speaker. Canadians expect the Government of Canada to balance economic needs with environmental goals. The tanker moratorium that was passed in 2019 is an excellent example of how you can balance and achieve just that. The moratorium provides the highest level of environmental protection for British Columbia's northern coastline. And think in terms of the integral to the livelihoods and cultures of Indigenous and coastal communities that are located there. It's to ensure that there's a sense of protection and preservation of that. This is another example of the government of Canada delivering on commitments to Canadians. After all, no one should be surprised. We made this commitment. It was in part of the mandate letter that was given to the minister at the time. The federal government met with many different Indigenous groups, communities, and a wide spectrum of stakeholders. We listened and we gathered input on the moratorium. This engagement, which was extensive, and that's why it ultimately passed back in 2019, because of the amount of engagement that I've just finished referencing, wanting to ensure that we get it right. Now, whenever you take bold initiatives and you try to move forward on important files, you're always going to get some criticism. There's no doubt about that. But what surprises me is the level of criticism and the amount of spin that is coming from the Conservative Party of Canada. That's really what surprises me, and one has to wonder what is the motivation for it. Is it purely the political optics of saying and espousing false information about how the government doesn't care about Western Canada, in particular the province of Alberta? I suspect that might have a lot more to do with the political motivation of the official opposition, Mr. Speaker. And if they were to put that motivation to the side and start focusing their intention on the environment, on protecting our waterways, that they could maybe see the value, the true intrinsic value to this legislation. And I would call upon members of the Conservative Party to think again about this legislation. Understand the consensus that is out there in terms of in favor of the law that we have. Are we to assume that if the leader of the official opposition was to become prime minister someday, heaven forbid, that he would in fact get rid of the moratorium? That is the impression that they will be given when it comes time to vote on this. Will the leader of the Conservative Party, in fact, support this private member's bill? I think that there are a lot of Canadians that would be gravely concerned to see that. And if that is the case, I, for one, will be one of those individuals that will be talking about that in the next federal election, Mr. Speaker. Because I do believe that the moratorium that was put in place through Bill C-48 is something in which the people in which I represent and Canadians as a whole can understand and appreciate. So hopefully we'll see the Conservatives come on side and recognize what it is that C-229 is doing and vote against it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, environmental protections was one of the reasons that I got into politics. I think that collectively and without partisanship, we must defend biodiversity and the climate for future generations. Unfortunately, the Conservatives have put forward a bill that does not work with this imperative. The natural areas and habitats of Canada need to be protected and not harmed. In the case of C-229, other than the possible accidental spills in the deep waters and predictable environmental disruption that would occur, the Great Bear Forest would be a collateral victim. A rainforest, a carbon well, which has great biodiversity along the Pacific coast. C-229 has the objective of increasing oil exports by sea in British Columbia through the elimination of the 12,500 metric ton ceiling currently eligible for ships. How can we allow these oil tankers to pass through this forestry area, which is a jewel in our crown. I think that I cannot understand this behavior from the Conservatives. I think during the emergency debate that took place on Keystone XL this week, we heard the following comments. We are producing the cleanest energy in the world. Our oil is superior both in terms of economically and environmentally. The oil and gas sector in Canada is already a world leader in terms of performance when it comes to environmental, social, and governance factors. And we even heard about green oil and gas. I would invite members of the official opposition to look at the work being done by the ARC Energy Research Institute. It's based in Calgary, and it stated in a report that out of 75 sources of oil in the world, that extracted from the Albertan oil sands is third in terms of the most polluting, and it produces 24% more greenhouse gas emissions than the average refined oil in the U.S. Of course, everybody is thinking about the pandemic, so we're not surprised to see bills like this being tabled that seek to compromise environmental security and to loosen up measures that are in force, those measures would then benefit the oil and gas companies. Is it a lack of understanding, willful blindness, a general climate denier type of attitude? This bill is nothing more than an ideological step with the sole goal of extracting and selling this resource as quickly as possible. In fact, Canadian maritime transportation is far from having a good record. The Environmental Commissioner said in October 2020, with regard to the Department of Transportation, there's important work to be done, particularly in order to ensure follow-up for infractions or violations that were discovered during inspections. The department has not given a final approval to the emergency action plans of many companies. Transport Canada has not taken all the measures required in order to follow up on key elements of the recommendation that we formulated. When we see this information concerning the Department of Transportation, we understand that we shouldn't loosen up regulations. We must tighten inspections. Another major issue with regard to this trend to deregulation is self-evaluation. Scientists and researchers for the federal government published in Nature Communications that the oil sands emit up to 64% more CO2 than the companies indicate. Worse still, the data by oil companies that are sent to government these are the data sent to government organizations. So the official records of Canada are often erroneous. While the Minister of the Environment is saying that oil and gas projects off the coast of Newfoundland will support sustainable development and protect the environment, the Prime Minister has said, and I quote, that for the past 5 years we have demonstrated that investments in oil and gas projects and the fight against climate change can go together. How is it possible to put forward such comments knowing that drilling is an incompatible activity with sustainable development, environmental protection, and biodiversity? Oh, yes, I forgot. It's because the day that the announcement confirming the authorization for drilling off the coast of Newfoundland was approved, the government simultaneously handed over $55 million in the cadre of the One Planet Summit for biodiversity. That's how, hand in hand, we see diametrically opposed ideas. You know, Mr. Speaker, Quebecers and Canadians aren't looking for these kinds of projects that will lead right to an environmental and climate disasters or economic disaster. A number of times in this House, we've heard about organizations that have withdrawn from the fossil fuel sector. Let's talk about them again. The Swedish Central Bank, the European Central Investment Bank, Norway's Sovereignty Fund, BlackRock, British Medical Association, more than 40 religious organizations in 14 countries, the New York State Pension Fund, That's assessed at $500 billion US dollars, committed to carbon neutral investments within the next 4 years. The most important insurance market in the world, Lloyd's, will stop insuring operations for carbon and exploratory fossil fuel projects. In 2019, a survey was done of over 1,100 institutions with more than 11 billion American dollars in assets being managed, committed to liquidating their shares in fossil fuels. So we're talking in 2014. In 2014, it was $52 billion. Commitments have come from 48 countries, 70% of them outside the U.S., including the major stock exchanges in Paris and New York. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives can be indignant with regard to the regulations in this sector by proposing bills like C-229, but the reality confirms that the drop in the Alberta barrel of oil, which is about which needs to be about $45 to be profitable, one of the highest in the world, along with the realities that I've just mentioned, show that structural measures need to be taken to ensure that we accelerate our move to green and renewable energies, starting now. The world economy is changing rapidly with the integration of the green mindset, and we must be happy with that. Canada has not been spared. For example, there is geothermal potential in Alberta, which is a golden opportunity to take a green shift. This growing new industry has great potential in Canada to allow workers with already have the expertise in drilling to take part in developing this sector and to increase the possibilities of green energy sources. Government organizations have the data regarding to the potential for geothermal energy production in Western Canada. So people should work here in this House to ensure the energy future for our children and grandchildren. Don't workers deserve to do that? The Bloc Québécois is proposing that we seek to ensure that the Indigenous communities have drinking water, clean energy, and that it's adapted to the region where they live. Have we forgotten the Wet'suwet'en demands, the reality of cancer rates in the communities below the Arthabaska River, which is 30% higher than that of the rest of the population of Alberta, or their fight to protect their ancestral lands and their traditional resources? It's important to make this energy shift, not only for the environment, but also for the economy. Why should we be behind when we could be in front when it comes to a carbon neutral economy? Anybody here in this House who really takes to heart the future well-being of our children and grandchildren and that ensure our environment will be protected for the future will not support this bill. And we need to stop this looting of our environment and damage to our environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we're talking about the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act, which protects a region in northern BC from the devastating impacts of a crude oil spill. The Oil Tanker Moratorium has overwhelming support from residents along the North Coast and represents decades of work from a coalition of First Nations, unions, environmentalists, and community leaders. In fact, for half a century, that's right, for the past 50 years, people have been fighting to protect this area from tankers. In 1971 and in 1972, the BC legislature and then the House of Commons passed unanimous motions opposing oil tanker traffic on the waters off our North Coast. And in the late 1970s, there was a federal commission of inquiry into oil tankers along BC's North Coast. And the commissioner stated, "Despite my familiarity with the history of determined opposition to tanker traffic, I have been surprised to find it so universal." But for anyone who knows the North Coast, it's not surprising that so many people are willing to fight to protect this area, especially from the risk of a catastrophic spill. I was born in Kispiox near the Skeena River, and while I left very early in life, my partner grew up in Prince Rupert, and we now go back to visit the North Coast for the holidays, though sadly just by Zoom this past Christmas. But anyone who has spent time in this region knows that it is something incredible. It is a unique and special place that deserves our protection. The Skeena River, the Great Bear Rainforest, the coast itself, these are areas that future generations are counting on us to protect. First Nations rely on the coastal ecosystems to harvest resources central to their cultural traditions. Thousands of workers are employed in tourism and fisheries, and their livelihoods would be threatened if there were a spill. So it's no surprise that the oil tanker moratorium is overwhelmingly supported by residents along the North Coast. It's not a surprise that the Coastal First Nations Alliance, the Union of BC Municipalities, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, the United Fishermen and Allied Workers Union, and dozens of other community organizations and environmental groups in Northern BC and across Canada have fought to protect this area. My colleague, the MP for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, also recently started a petition in opposition to this bill that would undermine protections, and it quickly garnered over 900 signatures. This month, he also hosted a town hall on the oil tanker moratorium where residents overwhelmingly spoke about the necessity of a ban on tankers. They expressed the need for even stronger protections than currently exist in the Act, and dismay at the fact that they once again have to fight against the threat to the place that they call home. But they also expressed their conviction and their determination to stand together. And I want to take just a moment to congratulate the new Minister of Transport on his appointment and to stress how vital it is that he and his government understand the perspectives of residents along the North Coast. The impact of a crude oil spill in the Great Bear Rainforest and some of the last remaining wild salmon fisheries in North America would be absolutely devastating. Experts describe a successful cleanup rate for a diluted bitumen spill on the North Coast as less than 7% recovery. And I want you to think about that for a second. A successful cleanup is 7%. So 93% of the oil spill would be remaining in the environment, and that's diluted bitumen, which sinks to the bottom and wreaks havoc on ecosystems in a place where communities rely on the rivers and the ocean for their very livelihood, for their culture. You know, it wasn't that long ago that Exxon Valdez showed the world the devastating potential of a spill along coastal waters. The shorelines still bear the impacts of that spill, and it's been 30 years, and the fish habitat and stocks have not still yet fully recovered. Spill cleanup and coastal recovery cost $9.5 billion, and Exxon paid it less than half. Exxon Valdez style's oil spill along our North Coast would be catastrophic. It would devastate wild salmon, marine mammals, birds, coastal forests, including our treasured Great Bear Rainforest. It would devastate coastal economies, tourism, aquaculture, commercial fishing, and First Nations fishing. We know that even a minor spill in this area can cause extensive damage. When the Nathan E. Stewart fuel barge ran aground in 2016 near Bella Bella, right near the heart of the Great Bear Rainforest, it spilled 110,000 liters of diesel into the marine environment. And cleanup efforts were repeatedly hampered by bad weather, and the vessel was not fully recovered until more than a month after it sank. And you only need to talk to members of the Heiltsuk Nation to know that this was devastating to the area. It's been over 4 years, and the traditional Heiltsuk clam harvesting areas have still not recovered. Now imagine if that had been a super tanker instead of diesel diluted bitumen. You know, this should be a no-brainer. The risks clearly outweigh the benefits, obviously to the North Coast residents, but also to our entire province, and I would argue to our country. The waters in the Northwest are stormy, the passages are narrow and treacherous, and supertankers are not designed to navigate these areas. The fact that the Conservatives are prioritizing this issue, even in the midst of a global pandemic, that they would bring forward a bill to try and undo half a century of work to protect the North Coast, it highlights the risk a Conservative government poses. You know, what kind of party would rip up these hard-won protections, would put so much at risk? And what do they propose to replace the act that they would do away with? Literally nothing. The bill offers no alternative measures to protect the North Coast. It offers nothing to protect the livelihoods of the communities in the area, nothing to protect the rights of Indigenous people along the North Coast. It takes the exact opposite approach to what's needed right now. Rather than debating repealing the act and removing important protections for our coast, we should be here talking about strengthening it to guard against spills that would devastate marine environments and disrupt vital ecosystems. The current act doesn't protect against spills like the Nathan E. Stewart. It doesn't protect against tankers below a certain size. It doesn't provide any increased spill response or mitigate the risks to the North Coast. We could strengthen the act by limiting arbitrary ministerial powers or lowering the oil carrying capacity cap. You know, for me, this also raises the issue of the risk of increased crude oil tankers along the entire BC coast. The Trans Mountain Expansion Project is not only economically unsound, you know, with over 100 economists writing to the Prime Minister to urge him to cancel the project, the energy regulator, the government's own watchdog, saying that it won't be profitable if we take climate action. Even the Conservatives denounced the government's decision to buy the pipeline, but it also poses an environmental risk. It is a disaster waiting to happen. It puts our coast at risk with a 7-fold increase in tanker traffic. We must say no to TMX. And the risks of tankers along the North Coast are even greater. For those of us who live on the coast, who love this coast, there is no option but to stand up against this bill. No option but to fight to protect the place that we love. No option but to protect the people and the communities we are part of, to protect our oceans, our rivers, our environment for future generations.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carleton. We're not getting any sound. I just wonder if the honourable member for Carleton can just check the mute button there.
Sorry, is that better, Mr. Chair?
Yep, that's good.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I'm pleased to rise today to speak in favor of jobs, in favor of the environment, in favor of the prosperity and dignity of our Indigenous people, and to speak against the wrong-headed decision of this Liberal government to ban the shipment of clean, green Canadian energy off of the northwest coast of British Columbia. Before I begin addressing the specifics of that export, I would like to address some of the falsehoods that have been espoused by numerous members of the House, including the preceding speaker, falsehoods that have been used to destroy the jobs, the livelihoods of thousands of Canadians, including our Indigenous people, over the last 5 years. So let me start with the first falsehood that has been used to justify this attack on our clean, green, Western Canadian energy sector. The first is that the reason that our energy sector is suffering is because the world is just moving away from oil. That's just the way the world is going, we're told. Well, that is factually wrong. In fact, this week, the IMF reported that oil prices will rise 20% this year over last. And the International Energy Agency projects that oil consumption will average 100 million barrels per day every day for the next 20 years. That is not a reduction. In fact, the agency predicts that even if all of the most draconian anti-energy, anti-carbon policies were put in place by all of the governments of the world that for the next 2 decades, the globe will still consume at least 60 million barrels of oil per day. That's why the U.S. oil sector has doubled its production in the last 13 years, while our sector has been in full-scale collapse. So the question is not if the world will use oil. The question is how, and more importantly, whose oil. The member for Regina Louvain brought to the world's attention an interesting point recently. He said of the trendy anti-development hipsters who are constantly telling us that they buy fair trade coffee, that these same people are not concerned in the least with whether or not they are consuming fair trade oil. They see no problem with Canada importing millions of barrels of oil from countries that engage in monstrous human rights violations in order to produce that oil. And at the same time, they denigrate the production of ethical, green, clean Canadian petroleum. And that brings us to the next falsehood that opponents of this bill and of the energy sector in Canada have espoused, and that is that their policies are attempting to help the environment. In fact, nothing could be further from the truth. Let me first of all address the tanker ban that this bill proposes to remove. There are some exceptions in the bill. To the tanker ban in Canada, exceptions that the Liberal government put in with support by the NDP and Greens. And those exceptions include that, in fact, through northern British Columbia waters, petroleum products can be shipped. Liquefied natural gas, gasoline, and jet fuel can pass through those waters. Of course, all of those fuels are foreign-produced fuels, so the ban only applies to ethically produced Canadian oil being shipped out of Canada, but not to unethical and environmentally degrading foreign oil being shipped off of the coast. So obviously, the ban has nothing to do with protecting the coast from shipping. It allows shipping. It just doesn't allow the shipping of Canadian products. So when the Liberals brought in the bill, they only banned Canadian energy from being shipped off the northwestern coast, not the pass-through of foreign energy in our water. So obviously, it has nothing to do with protecting the water or protecting against spills. It has everything to do with shutting in Canadian energy production. Finally, on this point about the environment, we have the most environmentally friendly oil sector in the world. In fact, if you were to displace a world barrel of oil with an Alberta or Saskatchewan barrel of oil, you reduce global emissions because our emissions per barrel are lower than the global average. In fact, some Canadian oil companies are not only proposing to go carbon neutral, but Whitecap, a Calgary-based oil company, is the world's first carbon negative company. It is capable of taking, in fact, it presently does take more carbon out of the atmosphere than it puts into it. So it has found a way to do this by storing carbon beneath the earth, from whence it originally came. Perhaps one of the most promising emission reductions technologies on earth. In fact, Elon Musk announced just in the last 2 weeks that he would pay $100 million to the best carbon capture and storage initiative that a company can invent. I hope that Mr. Musk, who I'm sure is listening to this speech, takes a careful look at Whitecap Resources and gives $100 million to that company to create more jobs taking carbon out of the atmosphere. Now, the next falsehood and the lie that opponents of Canadian energy spread, and that is that they're doing this for Indigenous people. That is a total and absolute falsehood. In fact, when the Liberal government under this Prime Minister canceled the Northern Gateway pipeline, which would have shipped Western oil to the Pacific and onward to Asia, a statement came out from 31 First Nations and Métis communities who said, and I quote, "We are profoundly shocked and disappointed by the news that the federal government has no intention of pursuing any further consultation and dialogue with our communities on the important issue of the Northern Gateway project. We are also deeply disappointed that a prime minister who campaigned on a promise of reconciliation with Indigenous communities would now blatantly choose to deny our 31 First Nations and Métis communities of our constitutionally protected right to economic development. We see today's announcement as clear evidence of their unwillingness to follow through on this promise. The economic benefits from Northern Gateway, the pipeline, to Indigenous communities are unprecedented in Canadian history. As part of the opportunity to share up to 33% ownership and control in a major Canadian energy infrastructure project. The project's Aboriginal equity partners would also receive $2 billion in long-term economic, business, and education opportunities for their communities. Now, all of the left-wing parties, the Greens, the NDP, and the Liberals, who claim that they believe in reconciliation, had no problem vaporizing that $2 billion worth of educational, economic, and business opportunities for those communities. They had no problem bulldozing over the constitutional rights of Indigenous communities to be consulted before energy and resource decisions are made with respect to their lands, because these parties actually don't care about reconciliation. They care only about using First Nations communities as an excuse, a false and dishonest excuse, to block energy sector development and play to a far-left ideology that does nothing for this country. So it is another falsehood to claim that any of this is being done for the Indigenous people. Next, there's a claim that this sector only matters to Western Canada. Again, nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, Canada's number one export is oil. Number one, far greater than auto parts, which is a distant second, and far greater than any other export. And since the attack on our energy sector that began in 2015, Canada has had a trade deficit in every single year. That means we are buying more from the world and we are borrowing from the world to pay for it. That is a recipe to indebt ourselves and to enslave ourselves to foreign lenders who lend to us so that we can buy from them. They get the money, we get the debt, and forever after we work to pay their bills through the interest payments. That is not a future. Our future should be one of energy independence, of reaching foreign markets and getting world prices and getting big, powerful paychecks for Canadian workers, especially Indigenous workers, to defeat poverty through powerful new job opportunities for pipe fitters, welders, engineers, and others. This is the way that we secure jobs, secure our economy, and secure our future. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Before
order, Mr. Chair.
I see the honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Heritage on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I disagree with much of what my colleague has just said, I rise on a point of order because of a word that he used, not just to categorize the Indigenous position on this and many other subjects as somehow unanimous or collective. I disagree with that assertion entirely. But my point of order, Mr. Chair, is that he used the member from Carleton used a collective a possessive noun to describe Indigenous people with the word our. It's a paternalistic and antiquated way to refer to people.
Okay, order.
Unreservedly remove that
order.
from the record.
Order. So I thank the honourable parliamentary secretary for intervening. In this case, I mean, normally on as far as the standing orders goes, what we're looking for, if there's been something unparliamentary said in debate, then certainly that would be. So I was just waiting to see what word it was that he had heard that he felt was potentially not parliamentary. In this particular case, the honourable member has a difference of opinion with how a debate has been presented, and that'll have to be something that will be taken up in debate. I do see another hand raised. I'm not sure if it's a point of order. We're unsure at this end whether that's perhaps an interest in a member wishing to pose a question, which in private members' business, of course, only happens when the sponsor has his or her opening comments on the first hour of private members' business. So is there another point of order on this question? I'll just ask and see if the honourable member wishes to make comment. Nope. Okay. I see the hand is down there now. We will go to resuming debate and reprise de débat.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. I'd like to begin by thanking you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak today on Bill C-229, an act to repeal certain restrictions on shipping. This private member's bill seeks to repeal the Tanker Moratorium Act affecting the north coast of BC, and I rise today to defend the commitment our government made when the legislation was passed in 2019.
Is a significant and unprecedented measure in protecting British Columbia's north coast. It was a promise made to Canadians by our Prime Minister in 2015 and a mandate commitment our government proudly fulfilled. Let me remind members what this act accomplishes. It prohibits oil tankers carrying more than 12,500 metric tons of crude oil or persistent oil products as cargo from stopping, loading, or unloading at ports or marine installations in the moratorium area. The Act targets crude oil and persistent oil specifically because they are heavier and when spilled tend to break up and dissipate slowly, putting fragile marine and shoreline ecosystems at risk. It represents a precautionary approach aimed at protecting precious coastal habitats, allowing their ecosystems and marine species to continue to flourish. It ensures that there will be no large shipments of crude or persistent oil products off British Columbia's north coast while this legislation is in force.
The area under moratorium covers almost two-thirds of the BC coast, from the northern tip of Vancouver Island in the south up to the Canada-U.S. border with Alaska. It includes one of the world's largest areas of coastal temperate rainforest and the naturally and culturally distinct Haida Gwaii archipelago, which, because of its isolation, is home to many species of plants and mammals found nowhere else on the planet. The nutrient-rich waters of the area make it a prime feeding and spawning habitat for a remarkable number of and variety of species. Killer whales, humpback whales, dolphins, and puffins, to name a few species, cluster in this area, while some of the largest salmon runs on the west coast are also located there. The depths also support striking ecological communities of algae, kelp, invertebrates, and fish. For those who live in or near these precious ecosystems, there's no doubt that it's important to protect them. Indigenous communities in particular, who have been in the region for thousands of years, are working to preserve their historical ties to the waters and lands where they live and are strongly committed to conservation and the inherent responsibility to protect the environment and its countless resources. That said, the settlement on the north coast of BC remains relatively sparse, making it difficult to respond to oil spills. Frequent winter storms and strong winds cause unpredictable swells that challenge even the most experienced mariners. The shallow waters and strong winds of the Hecate Strait, for example, combined with strong currents from deep water areas such as the Douglas Channel, can make the North Coast a real challenge.
Mr. Speaker, the populations in and around these delicate ecosystems know what is at stake and know what the devastating impact of an oil spill in this region could be. A significant oil pollution incident would not only have destructive consequences on the multitude of diverse and exceptional ecological communities that make up this region, it would equally threaten the cultural and spiritual connections between the marine environment and local communities, as well as the continued sustainable use and management of ocean resources. Commercials and recreational fisheries, processing facilities, aquaculture, logging, and tourism represent just a small window of the range of economic activity sustained by the marine environments in this region. activity that is essential to the economic life cycle of many communities within the moratorium area. Just as important, many of these industries and surrounding communities rely on marine transportation to supply essential fuel products for their business and their homes. Safe and efficient marine resupply operations are a lifeline given the limited road and rail access for so many coastal communities. The moratorium ensures that these critical resupply operations continue to be permitted by allowing shipments of crude or persistent oil products below 12,500 metric tons. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, Canada has one of the strongest marine safety regimes in the world, with a record that meets or exceeds international standards. Our government is committed to providing safe, sustainable, and efficient shipping that encourages responsible transportation while supporting economic growth. We are, after all, a seafaring nation with the longest coastline in the world. Our historic $1.5 billion Ocean Protection Plan implements a world-class marine security system that restores and protects marine and coastal ecosystems and habitats. It also improves response to local emergencies and enhances our ability to trade safely and with confidence. Canada's 3 coasts, West, East, and Arctic, are all covered by specific initiatives under the Oceans Protection Plan. This plan builds on science, technology, and Indigenous participation to protect Canada's unique marine environment. Our government recognizes that we can't achieve our goals alone, so we are working closely with those who know the environments in question best. New partnerships are being developed, and existing ones with stakeholders, Indigenous groups, and coastal communities are being strengthened. These cooperative partnerships are a new way of doing things. There are undoubtedly challenges ahead, but working together will allow us to achieve our goals in a way that meets the needs of those who benefit most from our oceans and coasts. The Tanker Moratorium Act complements these efforts and provides an additional level of protection for BC's North Coast. But the private member's bill before us today would eliminate all of the protections the Act provides for in this globally important region. I therefore call on members of this House to continue to support the Tanker Moratorium Act so that future generations can enjoy and value the intact ecosystems of BC's North Coast, as so many others have done before them. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
And before we go to resuming debate and the honourable member for Elgin Middlesex London, I'll just let her know that in order to keep enough time in the hour for the right of reply, she'll only have about 4 to 5 minutes available for her remarks as opposed to the usual 10. So we'll go now to the honourable member for Elgin Middlesex London.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have had a really an important time here listening to this debate, listening to the members of the government and other opposition parties talk about why C-48 or this bill, C-229, should not be reversed. I think when we look at some of the issues and decisions that were made by the previous government, we have seen an incredible negative impact on many of our communities throughout Canada. Specifically, I know that the previous speaker, the Deputy House Leader, was talking about how we really want to focus on Western alienization and trying to make this a political matter. But as a member from Southwestern Ontario, I can tell you that I am too very concerned about the direction that we're going. In our own communities, we are talking about things like Line 5. Line 5 is a pipe that continues coming from Michigan into Southwestern Ontario that provides all of the natural fuels that we need, including propane. We have seen that, especially on the propane issue. We saw that back in, I believe it was 2018-19, when after there was some problems with getting fuel by train our farmers were running out. The people in Quebec were running out of propane, and in the East Coast was running out of propane to fuel and heat their homes. These are types of the concerns that I put in place because the types of policies that we're making forward today don't really look at sometimes the bigger picture and some of the impacts and negative impacts. I have heard and I really do appreciate all of the great comments made on the environment, because I do believe that we do need to make sure that we're leaving this country and this globe better for all of the futures. But at the same time, I am very, very concerned with some of the decisions that we make that is then putting a trap and handcuffs on our own economy. These are the things that I think that we have to have a balanced approach on. So for all of the other members that are speaking on this, yes, I hear you, and members of the Conservative Party hear you, but we are trying to find a balanced approach with what our former Minister of Environment used to say, where the economy and the environment can go hand in hand. We have actually heard, and thank you very much from the member from Kingston, yes, I know that that's liked, but the fact is what we have actually seen is the huge disconnect between the economy and the environment. And so I'd ask that we have a more balanced approach. We talked about C69 and C48 in the 42nd Parliament many, many times. We know that this government has put through policies that is stopping any of the oil sands work that is being done and not focusing on what we need to do here. We are a country with great resources, and I think that it is very important that we recognize that we ethically source these resources and then get them out for export. We are a country that currently is bringing in our fuel from places like the UK, the United Kingdom, I still am not fathomed by that, Algeria, Venezuela, and Saudi Arabia. We should be looking at what we have in our own backyard and knowing that it is ethically sourced and knowing that we can do a great job here in Canada, we should be doing made in Canada projects. I really respect the members that are talking about this bill and talking about what we can do on that West Coast. I think this has very important impacts on knowing that we do need to keep on with our environment. But when we speak about the First Nations and Indigenous people, we do have to understand that many of these Indigenous groups are asking for work like this to be done, that they recognize that the environment can be used with environmentally friendly methods. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for your time, and I really hope that we can have an honest discussion when we're trying to look at finding a balance between the economy and the environment, unlike we are doing so right now. Thank you.
And with that, and accordingly, I will invite the Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre for his right of reply. The Honourable Member has up to 5 minutes, and we'll go to him now. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to all the colleagues that spoke on this bill. Whether you agreed with it or not, I do appreciate that you took the time to take the effort to speak in the House today. When I ran for office, I was incredibly concerned about the Canadian economy. And I'm a proud Canadian and I'm a proud Albertan. And I'm absolutely proud of our resource sector, which has been fueling a lot of our economy. Now, Bill C-48, which would be displaced with my Bill C-2229, was never about marine traffic, transportation safety, or ecological life in northern BC. It really was a bill that restricted the ability of the strong oil and gas sector to continue to grow. And this has become even more apparent now with the debate over Keystone XL and our ability to get our products to market. There's been a massive exodus of energy dollars that have come out of Canada, and you can argue that that's a world demand, but I would not. I'm not part of that argument. If you look at recent history, Norway has planned a massive expansion into the Arctic for expanded oil and gas. Russia, Vostok Oil, is planning a massive expansion. The U.S. has become one of the largest exporter of oil and gas, and a lot of that is coming out of Canadian reserves. You know, Canada has this fantastic position that we are the third largest reserve in the world, and we have this enormous opportunity for us to be able to extract our resources in a safe and environmental way and play into the market. We've been discussing over the last few days a trade agreement with the UK, and it's interesting to look at the UK. Where do their imports come from? Norway, USA, Algeria, Russia, Nigeria, those are their big suppliers. Canada isn't even a player. Canada is 97% into the US, 3% into the international market. I firmly believe that we can safely extract the oil and gas within our country and ship it in a safe fashion. You know, it's not like we don't have tanker traffic in this country. We have tankers going up the East Coast, delivering crude to refineries on the East Coast. And we all realize that the St. Lawrence has consistent tanker traffic day in and day out. And we're able to do that in a safe fashion and protect the environment and our citizens. But let's not forget, our federal debt now is GDP ratio is at about 15% and growing. We're looking at a federal debt of in excess of $1 trillion by the end of the year. And we have the highest unemployment rate in the G7. And oil is one of our largest exports, primarily to one customer. Does anyone really think that Canada can come out of this massive recession without a strong oil and gas sector and being part of the international market? We have the opportunity to gain market share. We have the opportunity to displace players who don't follow the same rules as we do as Canadians. You know, this is a bill that rights a wrong and fixes an incredibly discriminatory piece of legislation. It's a bill that's essential for an industry that's helped fuel the economy of Canada, and I'm incredibly proud of. It's essential for the thousands of workers who are proud of their work in this sector and the product that they produce. It's essential for manufacturing in Canada in a variety of different fields. It's essential to the environment as Canada has the opportunity to displace those bad players. And we can do that with some of the most stringent environmental and labor standards. And it's essential to respect the right of the provinces to get their product to market. You know, I live in a province that feels that we've been left out. And I believe that this is an opportunity for us to right a wrong, get Albertans and Canadians back to work, and be proud of the work that we can do here in Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Cummings, seconded by Mr. McLean, moved that Bill C-229, an act to repeal certain restrictions on shipping, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. As we customarily do, if a member of a recognized party who is present in the House wishes to request either a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I invite them now to rise and indicate so to the chair. I see the honourable member for Elgin Middlesex, London.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We would request recorded division, please.
Accordingly, and pursuant to an order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 3rd, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. And it being 2:30 p.m., the House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.